Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the world of a 4-hour endurance race here at HsRxERAxDSGR. And you are going to be having an absolute blast with myself, Stephen Koenig, and also all the drivers and teams lining up for the HsRxERAxDSGR 4 hours of Spa, the highly anticipated endurance race that everyone's been waiting and chomping at the charge to get back into the multi-class swing. And we are going to be having a bit of fun here at Spa with two different classes at the helm. We've got our GT3s and our GT4s. You heard me right. We've mixed it up. We've got our GT4s out on the track that will be having a bit of fun with us in through the races. Now let's take a look at the circuit, because Spa-Francorchamps, a circuit that has really tested all the drivers and ensures that everyone has to really push the mark. So starting off, our drivers will make their way down to Eau Rouge, straight downhill. Got to just give it everything you got, floor it up the hill. Tires are going to be a bit cold though, so do expect drivers to get a little bit unsteady as they go over the crest of Eau Rouge to Radion. Then they will start making their way to Les Combes. Now, that is a very difficult section because you've got all the straight line. You're starting to move your way back up, and suddenly you're onto the anchors as hard as you can. Does get a little bit busy at the start of the race. Les Combes, also a valuable passing point for all the drivers to really go and push the mark as you make your way through Les Combes, down the hill, into a quick right-hander, down into second gear, swing the car through, let the car drift out, and then you get into No Name, which is a short left-hander that can catch you out by pushing the mark a little bit too far. So you have to just dab the brakes, feed the power on, and make your way through as you head towards the long left-hander of Pouan. A double left-hand apex that you're going to have to go through. Catch a first apex, run out wide to the edge of the curb, and bring yourself back in. Very, very easy to just go and run a little bit wide, and unfortunately land up going and getting those penalties added up. Remember, they've got drive-through penalties. They're only allowed to get 3 track limits before the penalties start rolling in. Drive-throughs, especially in a 4-hour endurance race, won't hurt you at the start, but when you go 4 hours in and your buddy is behind the helm, you're going to have to keep an eye on them because, well, someone's got to explain for it. So keep an eye through Pouan. They're going to make their way down to Stavelot. It's also a very difficult corner. Quick right-hander, short straight, followed by a second right-hander that you actually just want to keep the car planted. You want to keep it firmly on the throttle, taking your way all the way to Blanchemont, flat out through Blanchemont. Let the rear come and slip out underneath you before you charge your way to the dreaded bus stop. Hard on the anchors, quick right, quick left, and also if you just go a little bit straight on, you're into the pits. And that's where many of our drivers will have to start aiming at. But Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready to rock and roll and rumble, because we are going live down to the grid to go and see all the action and everyone lining up for the first time here at Spa. I gotta say, it's gonna be a wild, wild ride. So let's go down and take a look at this beautiful field of GT3s and GT4s. Good to see the old McLarens going and having a bit of fun there. But let's go through our running order, because this is where it's going to get a little bit interesting. Rolling start for everyone to ensure that they can make their way through. Who's going to be able to get the top order? So far, Renato Donales in the Mustang is going and putting himself ahead of Adrian Hanneswitz. And Adrian is hoping to keep ahead of Fabio off the start of the line. Going to be a very difficult run for them, as they're going to have to try and make their way down to Radion on the start. So they do have a full formation lap to ensure that they can go and get those temperatures up to scratch. You don't want to go and lose out. But just want to also invite everyone, we do have live timing for you guys to keep an eye on all that goes on. And well, just head over to Pit Wall and even just go down to the description of in the link. And we'd love to take a look at some of the drivers. We'd love to actually chat to a couple of the drivers as well during the course of the event. We'll be pulling up team managers, drivers, everyone to be a part of the show and see how it's going to go and get a bit of an insider look of where the racing is going to turn up. Couple of people going and picking the GT3s. We have got quite a lot of them. 26 GT3s followed all the way down, well, 26, 27, 28, 29 GT3s. Actually going on 31, I do apologize, GT3s that will be lining up. And then we got the first of our GT4s, the MTN SimSport, will be going and make his way up through the field. And keep an eye on them as they will look to try and get Richard Reck at bay. Do understand to the drivers, though, and to the teams, we do see a driver stint limit, but that doesn't stop the drivers from racing solo. Yes, you heard me right. Some of these wild characters have decided they are going to take it to the absolute extreme and will be racing 4 hours solo. Now, if you don't think that's going to wear you out over the time, well, I don't think that you've experienced a different kind of difficulty. Because for our GT4s, they're going to be navigating one another and trying to get all the way to the top. For our GT3s, like the Verkum Racing, they're going to look to try and climb their way up through the order and try and maneuver through the GT4s. They will be actively fighting. Bear in mind, though, our GT4s will get into a little bit of entanglement with some of the slower GT3s that may be carrying damage. If the drivers aren't too confident, we will see that. GT4s can play a big part here. And likewise with the GT3s, don't count them out for it. Because, well, this is motorsport. We tend to go and create things crazy. Some beautiful liveries up. I do see a couple of liveries, unfortunately, have not loaded. We have got the HSR Esports. Keep an eye on them. They're coming off the back of the 24-hour with the HSR and ERA did. And also DSGR was part of the 24. And then we got Girl 7 of the 7 ACC team. Followed by Growling Lions. Got to say, beautiful livery out on the Mercs. Not often you get to see it. Ogre Kando, I do apologize. So that's Emery Sonres, who is in the McLaren. Then we got Thomas Morton. Keep an eye on him in that Mustang. Very, very quick driver, very consistent. He's looking to get the jump on the field. Sitting within that top 10, though. Not often we get to see the driver sitting too high up over the past ERA races that we've gone and had. But good things are going to happen with that Mustang, so keep an eye on it. Racing Story Wizards going and lying a little bit down there in 9th place. And then TSR in first, going and lying in 10th. As we go through, LJK going to be lying in 11th. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're excited. I hope you are getting ready for it as we do hear engines starting to come to life here at Spa as we get ready to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Safety car rolls it. all the cars will now follow behind. They will keep up the pace, getting some heat into the brakes, heat into the tires, and ensuring they're getting ready to rock and roll with this huge grid, might I add, of 43 teams lining up for 4 hours of absolute back and forth battles. It's going to be a wild one. So let's go and take a look at our grid currently for the 4 hours of Spa by HsRxERA and DSGR. Renato Dollars all the way out from Brazil, going to be having a bit of fun. Adrian Hinowitz going, and Hinowitz, I do apologize, in second place. Then we've got Fabio Sauls, Michael Tipnicka, Gil Sullivan, who was actually sitting in the grandstands not too long ago. He was actually just going in, keeping an eye on this. Did see you, saw you in the virtual grandstands, keeping an eye on it. Now he's out there on the track. Mario Swinder, along with Emery Sonmes, Thomas Milton, Kostas Bravadas, Andy Watson, and along with Alessandro Spanu, Adam Olstra-Cherez. I do apologize if I'm getting these surnames wrong, and we will be asking them if they can let us know. We have also got Maniello Garcia, Daniel Oller, Kretcher Robert, Aaron Manchip, with Roman Bober, Omer Hirtman, Lewis Knight, Jim Fox, Tony Roycroft, Gus Peters, Fabio Vera, Danielle Shokovetsky, Greg Bubba, Kalen Murasinu, Martin Switzer, Richard Rennick, Matthias Nikowicz, Dennis Carlini, Mark Reneberry, Timo Send, Marek Doverick from the DSGR, Robert Volk. Then moving a little bit further down, we've got Matt Keys, Bruce Us, David Roth, Matt Jordan, Alexander Lucas, Lucas Rupert, Sean Skitter from South Africa, Sergei Berlu, Theodore Grossopinov. I do apologize, I've got to get some of these surnames right. By 4 hours, it has to happen. Otherwise, oh my heavens, it will never be lived down as our drivers make their way through. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is going to be a wild one. Now I want to see you guys out there in the virtual grandstands shouting out of who you want to see climb their way to the top. And I'm already seeing out there in the grandstands Leanne Strachan saying good luck to all the drivers. Saber saying good luck to everyone. T1SR, let's go. We've got this. I love to see that. Absolutely love to see it. Saber, which number car is that you're supporting? I just want to make sure that I can keep track of the favorite teams that are going and being watched out there. Remember, oh, there we go. Jordan Miller is actually the one in the TSR1 going and having a bit of fun. He's in the BMW. But keep an eye out. Martin Spitzer going to be starting out for our GT4s. You can see right onto the back of the big Bentley that's just ahead of him. And keep an eye out on the GT4s. My personal favorite is GT4s. First up would be the McLaren that you see out on the track. Second would have to be the KTM. I know many people are going to be very disagreeing on that one. But, gotta say the GT4s, mint compared to GT3s. But I just like that. Smaller cars. You can't count them out because they are just incredible machines. Keep an eye out towards the front though. Mustang versus Ferrari. 488 Ferrari, not a 296, nothing fancy there. It's a good old school Ferrari to go and make its way around. A great endurance vehicle has proven itself out on ACC against the most recent of GT3 vehicles, the Mustang, as they line their way up side by side. 70 k's an hour is going to be where they're at as the drivers will slow it down, back the pace off. The grids will start to go and tighten up in Constantina, and they wait for the green flag. You see everyone starting to already get going. Adrian doesn't want to hang around. He wants to get as much throttle in, stand on the anchors, warm up those tires, warm up those brakes. He wants Renato to be caught off guard. They have to sit within a certain boundary though. Too fast, you're going to get penalized for the drive through. Too slow, you're going to get caught out. Renato going and keeping an eye on it as they make their way down. Take a look as they filter their way through Nissans, McLarens, Ferraris, Mustangs, everything out there in the field. We're about to go green to start off the 4 hours here at Spa, and it's lined up, lights on, wait, lights off, and away we go. 4 hours of racing, and we do have a car starting in the pits as we see Adrian trying to do everything he can to fight it up against Renato. It is Ferrari versus Mustang, clean at the top though. No one really going and losing, as we do see slight contact between Danielle and Roman, who had a little bit of contact. They trying to make their way through, battling it out. Renato trying to go late on the brakes, turns it into the right-hander, hooks it into a quick left, watching out for Fabio behind him, because it is all about the RNEPT that will be right behind the Volcom Racing Mustang. And suddenly lost out a little bit of time there, got out a little bit wide. Michael immediately onto the back of him for the HSR Esports team, trying to launch his way up and move as quick as he can with that Lamborghini as they start to snap away from the rest of the field. Then we have got the Growling Lions hanging on to the train. Second train that has formed is Thomas Button, who's dealing with Gil. He started opening up that gap. Gil's now dealing with Guinness Proventinus, Racing Stories Wizards in the McLaren, chasing him down, looks for the inside line, couldn't quite get it, and now Sonmez is on to the back of them. Jordan Naylor going and having a very close run, trying to tuck up behind, utilize that BMW. Everything's still a little bit too cold, but we do have a yellow flag for the 741 car, and that is Dennis Carlini. That has gone way back down through the field, and unfortunately, that is a McLaren that is looking very second-hand. That is a dead GT4 that he's going to try and limp back to pits. Not ideal circumstances there for Carlini. And on the way through, so the 741 car, unfortunately, looking a bit worn out, and definitely a bit more second-hand than planned, as we do take a look towards our GT4s. And this is Richard Reddick, who's actually first of our GT4s and is ahead of not one but three GT3s, and then Kalen actually also there. So it does look like the big Bentley also taking a bit of a hit. There's the number 84 car, so not the easiest of starts, and a couple of cars already bringing the walking wounded into the pits to start off their run of the evening. Not quite, as Thomas Watson runs over the hill. He runs out a bit wide. That is going to be caught out with a track limit early on, and Gil saying thank you very much. He's going to try and go around the outside of him, and suddenly Guinness, the Racing Stories Wizards, up on the inside. Oh, contact between the two, evasive maneuvers by all, and not quite what you want to see there. It looked like Jordan Mailer also, unfortunately, getting caught out. Gil getting caught out. Jordan having to make his way around, losing out. There is scratches. There is bumps. There is a whole lot of second-hand parts. As Mailer goes and deals with Matt Jordan, who's around on the inside, trying to keep it all together. And Monello are in the Aston Martin, hanging there side by side as he battles his way through with Jordan onto the back of him. All the cars going to be facing a huge amount of understeer as they make their way through Puon, and now it is just down the hill, having to keep it all together. You'll see everyone having to just lift that little bit more, just a little bit more uncomfortable than planned. And this does start to add up to the pit stops, ladies and gentlemen, because you've worked out your 4 hours, you worked out what your fuel stints are going to be. You've decided, okay, we're only going to need about 2, 3, or 4 stops. Suddenly, an accident like this can go and cripple your plans. But for those like Richard Eric, who's actually allowed the GT3s to get past him, like Gus has just gotten past him, Richard is keeping a very close eye on Tino Send, who is causing a bit of damage. David Roth, who's a little bit further down, the pure bronze Aston Martin, also sporting that damage. I think they came over the hill and suddenly saw everyone getting caught out with a variety of accidents. As fastest laps being set all round by our drivers, trying to push the boundaries just a little bit more, hoping that they can keep up the momentum on the way through. So far, absolutely incredible driving by our drivers. So let's see how it's all going to work out. as time moves forward, as we start counting down our little bits towards it. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Daniel Oliver, who is battling without with Fabio, who's getting a huge amount of support in the chat, goes out a little bit wide, lost out a bit of momentum, gets past Daniel, and now Adam is onto the back of Daniel. He's got quite a bit of momentum, looks up on the inside, gonna go a little bit late on the anchors, has to really brake as hard as he can, as they did catch up to one of our GT4s, and this is going to be a little bit of a boxing in situation. Gets past Daniel, having to just wait it out behind the GT4, lost that little bit of time, and suddenly now having the likes of the Racing Story Wizards closing up at a rate of knots. Roman, who has caught up of Raptor Virtual Racing, has really gotten onto the back of the drivers. Aaron Manchip going side by side with Gil, who we did see sport a little bit of incidents at the start of the race, will be carrying a bit of damage. So Aaron goes, listen, I'm not hanging around here. I'm getting past you. I've got to carry on. But he's going to have to try and get past our GT4 that is trying to just make his way around and just trying to keep out of trouble. I think that was our pure copper Aston Martin that was just trying to keep out of all the trouble, as we see Omar coming out of the pits, so he's trying to get going, and our drivers now needing to move their way through. Gus dealing with Sergey at the moment as they battle their way through. So a couple of things to keep an eye out for as crowd members. We're going to look at the times, we're going to look at the pit stops, and we're going to also see who's going to be able to carry that little bit more momentum as our front, as we see Renato Donalis getting it behind Adrian. Adrian now starting to open up that gap for the number 38 car, and Renato, who is right on the back, Vulcan Racing, needing to just go and claw his way back into the fight. The Mustang, not really a typical endurance car, I would say, that most people go and pick, but Vulcan Racing deciding that they are going to take that little bit more. They're going to fight it out, as we do see Daniel starting to drop down as the Racing Wizards now getting past side by side, making their way down to Eau Rouge. Going to be all the way up the hill. Everyone just filtering in, but you can see cars starting to leave a pit lane, and this is where it gets a little bit interesting, as we can see Alan Sean Skitter just staying out of the way, but gets absolutely swamped. Forces Daniel to go offline, and Roman trying to also make up some time. Richard trying to move his way through. So Low Risk Motorsport not going to be caught out at this moment. They're trying to carry the momentum through. Daniel getting very, very loose, outbraking himself instantly. Roman capitalizes on the pass, and now Crutcher Roberts will be doing exactly the same. The Low Risk Motorsport looks up on the inside, deep send. Oh, a little bit too far of a send up the inside there. Even a bit of paint rub coming in, but that's going to help Lewis Knight in the only Nissan GTR in the field, and got the waifu on the side of the car. The Good Smile Racing got the waifu and having a bit of fun, but also the Nissan GTR, the twin turbo absolute monster, also been dubbed the Godzilla in GT3 racing, going and having a huge amount of fun. Taking a look, Fabio already Binder forgot to change the TC. Ouch. But Rafael Oliver going and saying, don't worry, we'll get it back. We will get it back. Absolutely great stuff. And I love to see this. I really love to see that it's competition, still fast and fierce. And during the course of the race, I invite all the drivers and team members, team bosses to come through to the commentary box out here in the Discord. We'd love to have a chat to you guys and be a part of the conversation, get a bit of a breakdown of what's happening, and give us a bit of insight in the race as well. Lewis Knight going on to the back of Daniel. Daniel trying to go a little bit later on the brakes, goes and carves up the front nose of Lewis, who waits it back a little bit. He's going to just get sucked in by Aaron Manchip at the moment, who's getting into the mix. He's starting to pull his way back. So is Gil, as we do see Aaron, though, he runs off the track with Thomas as well. Both of them having a bit of contact with one another, and this is where we're going to start playing a bit with replays, because it's always fun to do that. So this is Thomas Morton going and keeping ahead of Emery. So keep an eye on the McLaren and the Mustang, as we do see the GT4 McLaren moving out of the way. the 520 going and minding our way for the bigger 720s, and oh, bit of contact there, and that was pretty much that. Fabio goes and moves up and has absolutely no problem in the Aston Martin. Says, okay, well, I'm going to give it a good go. Gil now dealing with Aaron. Both of these two going and rubbing paint with one another and trying to keep it all together. So drivers going and pushing that a little bit more. They're trying to get a bit more momentum underneath them, but it is all about consistency. We're only 3 hours and 49 minutes left of this race. There is still plenty of driving to go, and not many people want to go and be handing over a car that is damaged to their teammates. They don't want to go and lose precious time in the pits. Nothing hurts more than waiting over a minute of repair work and just hearing the entire field come by. But we're also starting to see the mix of drivers coming in, from our pros to our AMs, all having a great fight out there, but also our GT4s that are going hammer and tong at one another. As we keep an eye on Thomas and Fabio as they ride onto the back of one another, trying to get as much momentum as they can. So far, Fabio starting to get a little bit closer in the Aston Martin onto the back of Thomas, and now putting a huge amount of pressure as they go through Blanchemont, carrying the momentum through all the way to the bus stop, lines up on the inside line, late on the brakes, trying to put as much pressure onto the nose, hooks it in, still side by side. Thomas going and battling out, steps on the gas for the Mustang. You can see it just slightly slip underneath him, but Fabio getting that little bit more grip, is able to out-accelerate Thomas, who's going to have to be very patient. He's going to try, maybe go around the outside. Nope, second-guessed it, out-braked it, looked for the undercut. Fortunately, nothing there at all. Has to back it out and wait. As we do see Daniel, who has gone the wrong way around. Unfortunately, P1 Racing going and losing it properly. Not ideal circumstances for the number one car. And let's see if we can take a look what happened there, because it looked like quite a variety of things. So here is our P1 Racing. Number one Ferrari making its way through side by side with the number 14 of Jordan Mailer. And then all of a sudden has a HSR turn him around, nearly catches out one of our GT4s. Slight pressure onto the rear of the car was all that was needed to just get that Ferrari to turn around and lose out a lot of time. Adam keeping ahead of Guinness, who is right onto the back of it. Racing Wizards going, Racing Story Wizards are now trying to go and pull out every spell that is in the book. Roman, who is battling out for the Raptor Virtual Racing, closing up little by little. Gotta say, very interesting with the colors, that looking more like Valentino Rossi sort of style, and a bit of a monster there. Gotta say, nice, good to see that a bit of a lighter green glow than what we would usually see with monsters, where it's that dark green. Love to see something different. Well, the Racing Stories Wizards going for the old approach, black front end with a bit of red accents to just keep the car going. Really a refined style, but I gotta say, Adam on the other hand is trying to get away with that BMW, bit of a different color scheme added to his car. So we're expecting these cars to all put in roughly the hour 10 mark with a full tank of juice, and with the tires all going well. So keep an eye on that. But let's go back a little bit. Let's take a look at our GT4s, because we've got to give them a little bit of love here. Richard Rogue going and battling out. He will have Timo Sen of MVR GT4 Speed keeping ahead of David Roth of Pure Bronze, who has been in a bit of scuffles with our GT3 from the start of the race. Lucas Repper, who is trying to make up some time in the BMW, having a huge amount of fun out there for the BMW GT4s. Not often you get to see them going and picking up something new. Gotta say, not my favorite sound comes from these BMWs, but definitely has a far better look than its GT3 counterpart. See a little bit of contact going on for Aaron and Gil, by the looks of it. Gil going and having a problem with number 400, and Aaron in 99. So let's go and take a look back as we see the LNR team going and try to look for the inside line of the Mustang. Couldn't quite get past, and suddenly, Gil went a little bit too deep in the corner, try to bring it back, and thud, there was the contact. It actually looks like, no, he stalled it. He stalled it And unfortunately, that landed up losing a few ones. So maybe, just maybe, hit that kill switch a bit too early than planned. Going and just trying to frantically fight with the wheel. Gets it all turned off. Has to stop, restart the car, and get it going. So Jordan onto the back of Aaron at the moment, who will be having a little bit of damage on the front end, on that front splitter. He's going to have to be well aware of it, with Jordan constantly hunting down, trying to figure out how he can get by at this point. So Jordan's going to have to really work his way through here. Look for the inside, second guessed it. Going to keep nice and close to Aaron as the TSR1 tries to fight it out with the HsRxERAxDSGR Aston Academy. And absolutely fantastic. HsR, one of the guys, one of the teams that's helped put this whole event together in collaboration with the DSGR and also ERA. Great to see communities all starting to talk to one another, all working with one another. Wait, scratch that. These three communities have been working with one another for quite some time, racing and supporting each other's leagues, while also going and putting on these special events to have a huge amount of fun. That's always fantastic to see, and a lot of people don't give credit to the support system that leagues have built up over the course of the years. As we see Aaron going and losing out a little bit of time, Jordan did hunt for that inside line, but unfortunately braked a little bit too hard through bus stop. He tries to get on the power early. He's not going to be able to get it though. Jordan's going to be stuck on the outside. Aaron is going to have the inside for the hairpin. He's going to go late on the anchors. If he could just get it in, stopped on the apex and didn't straighten out. No, he's outbraked himself. And suddenly Jordan says thank you very much on that one. Gets the pass done and already opens a 0.5 of a gap away from Aaron. And now suddenly Matt Jordan has a closer shot at Aaron. He's going to say, right, this is going to be our opportunity to make the climb. As we do see Gil pulling into the pits, the number 400 Mustang that was out towards the top. The Slytherin ACC team. Slytherin. I wonder if that's a reference to the Harry Potter. Most probably. But we'll try and get a bit of a chat there. Unfortunately, going through the endurance pits is no joke, because you're going to have to take it very, very, very slow. So, taking a look at some of the cars that have been in the pits and visited, we saw Florian Volker going and losing out. That was the first of our cars, unfortunately, to lose out some time. And he's come through the pits. Second to that is going to be the HRT team. They're going and making their way through. They've also visited the pits, getting some damage repaired. A little bit further down, HsRxERAxDSGR Academy currently in 27th. They visited the pits, and Toro Gospner of XD going and went through the pits, unfortunately. Then we're moving on to our GT4s, because we saw quite a few of them a bit badly dinged up. The DGSR was unfortunately first one of them to be in the pits. Our GT3 of TSR1 being in the BMW got caught out, as we just say that Tim Fox going and trying to make his way around, and also trying to go around one of our GT4 BMWs. So we do have quite a few cars that have visited the pits from 27th to 43rd, have all gone into the pits, and unfortunately lost a bit of time there. Jim Fox now just trying to make his way around. Lucas, who is just hanging on for dear life. He is really being the GT4 and just hanging on as these GT3s hunt for a way around him. He's still in a race at the moment, currently lying 4th in class. He does not want to lose that out at any means of the word. Alexander trying to go around the likes of Marek. Easy way to do that, because GT3 is plenty more power underneath the hood compared to the GT4s. But that being said, you've got to be well aware of your competitors. You've got to know your competitors really well in the way forward of, okay, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, this is what you can expect me in the race as well. So keep an eye on that, and lots of teams are going to be communicating with one another. We can't stress that enough. There's going to be quite a few teams that are going to start to talk to one another. We're all friends out here, but at the same time, that becomes a strategic element that you can use. If you happen to talk to your mate and say, oh, maybe this Merc's a little bit quick, as the Vulcan Racing is saying about the Growling Lion, can maybe someone make it a little bit too hard to get by? Well, it's not going to hurt. Well, Maurice at the moment, who is really onto the back of him, really trying to push for a way past, as our top three are still within a second of one another, and they've been fighting it out for nearly 20 minutes. Literally in 2-1, that's 20 minutes. Our top three are still within a second of one another. They've carved through and they've made their way up. Fourth place, Michael is lying in a little bit of no man's land at the moment, so he's trying to keep it all together. Adrian, in one of the oldest cars out there, in the 488 Ferrari, really goes wide. Unfortunately, that is commentator's curse. Suddenly, the Vulcan Racing Mustang looked inside, goes outside, going to try and go underneath. And Maurice instantly trying to put his nose in. He's going to get a lot of drive, gets run out wide though, brings it back. And now that is unfortunately going to also start to drop the lap times quite quickly. So Maurice needing to try and go a little bit later on the brakes. Suddenly has Renata all over the back of Adrian ahead. While they're trying to gain time, they're losing it as well with that constant back-forth battles that go between them. So we do have different classes out here. Our pros currently in the white, and we've got our Pro-Ams in the silver, our Ams in the red, and our GT4s are the ones with a little red, well, the blue mark onto them as well. So keep that in mind, as our classes do play a big part here of knowing who you're going to fight with and who you're not, as our leaders now catching up to the back of our GT4s. Audi R8, can't go wrong with one, and a Camaro that are fighting it out towards the sharp end of the field. All having to be very cautious, as we do see our third place driver going. Maurice tries to get past, a little bit of a touch onto the back of Renato, going and just letting that Mustang know, hey listen, I got your number here buddy, and I am not going to back down. Keeping right onto the back of him, a quick flash of the lights, warning that he's going to come through. This time not around Puon though, but it has allowed fourth place Michael to catch up. We do see, unfortunately, Daniel and Lewis Knight have come to a stop. It looks like the two of them had a bit of contact, the 68 and the 6 car going and landing up with a bit of a problem. So let's see if we can go back in the replay and see what happened to both cars. So let's go to our number 6 car. This is the 68 of, so the 6 car of Lewis Knight. He's catching up to the 68 car ahead of him. Goes late on the brakes, sees BMW, unfortunately loses it. Oh, nowhere to go except the middle of the road. And that landed up with a one Nissan taking the door of our BMW. So unfortunate happenings out there, but drivers having to see what they can do to try and push their way through. Proper fights all over. Daniel trying to look up on the inside of Aaron Manship. Couldn't quite get the drive, and we'll have to see where he can get moves done and dusted. Lots and lots of drivers needing to see what can they do, as we did have at the start of the race roughly a 15 car crash that landed up with quite a few competitors out of position and having to work out where they can go. Lewis Knight trying to gain a little bit of time as they make their way around the Aston Martin GT4 and looks around the outside through Blanchard, can't get it done. Both cars running off the track. That is going to start building up those track limits. Got to be very, very cautious of it. Lewis Knight trying to get onto the back of Daniel. Suddenly has one of the McLarens that is trying to make his way past the HSR McLaren. Trying to gain a little bit of time, and I think possibly trying to just unlap oneself as he sees the fight ahead of him. Lewis up on the inside, trying to look past. Daniel runs out a little bit wide. Daniel having to really get on the power early on. The BMW not having the legs, will have to go very defensive, holding a very tight line up towards Eau Rouge. Can he keep it planted? Does so. Lewis backs off the throttle and says no more. Adam Ushurch going after Critcher just ahead of him. These two are going hammer and tongs, as we do see the BMWs of Low Risk Motorsport and Adam going at one another, trying to make up some time as well. Good to see drivers trying to push themselves that little bit more, trying to figure out where they can go in the long run and how they're going to get through the climb. So let's go through our running order as it stands, because a lot has happened since the start of the race. We have currently got Team Shumi Skins lying in first, along with Vulcan Racing. Growling Lions lying in third place. Fourth place is HsRxERaxDSGR, followed by the RENE PT. the Palinka Power chasing him. Then down Oscar Kletner going in but trying to make up some time in 7th position. 8th is the Racing Story Wizards. They've been on a good bit of climb. Just before we carry on with that, we may have a change up for first place. So suddenly Volcom Racing up on the inside of Adrian, tries to push him off the apex, does so, still side by side. Around the corner they go, but Adrian able just to lightly move across that nose and trying to capitalize on a bit of a movement there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it done. Now Maurice is all over the back of him. Growling Lion looks for the inside. Minetto going and defending that inside line. Tries to get past. Very slow on the exit. Runs very, very wide. Just trying to carve the competition up. Suddenly, right behind that 488 Ferrari, not having the legs up the hill. And the Mustang having plenty of it, galloping away, taking a lot at the top of Eau Rouge. I would be very, very concerned with track limits at this point, because it does look like the drivers are doing everything they can to get that little bit of momentum, but the long term of it is you're starting to take away any momentum, as we do see side by side for first, and it looks like a turnaround. Our Racing Skin, Shumi Racing Skins, unfortunately turned round at the top of the hill. Renato gets past, but Adrian, unfortunately, on the losing wicket there, drops down to 4th place. Michael was in 4th, now moves up into 3rd. He's on the absolute aces and eights. So as a change up for the first place happens, we have got Low Risk Motorsport all over the back of Adam. He's trying to make his way through. As the L&R Aston Martin trying to make his way back up through the order. And Daniel now leaving the pits. Ooh, a little bit second hand for the P1 Racing. So Daniel hoping that he can just try and limp that car around. Back up towards the sharp end of the field though, as our closest battles is 1st and 2nd, 10th and 11th. None of our GT4s are close enough to one another except for Mark Radeberry and Matt Keys. They're the closest between one another, but only by a second. Not 0.1 of a second like what we're seeing here, as got an AMG trying to go around the outside, couldn't quite get it hooked in, looks to try and get underneath him through Blanchemont, and now closing up time towards bus stop, both seeing that there is a GT4 that is going to play a very, very big part to them on the way through. Not going to be an easy time here, going to have to carry a lot of momentum, and unfortunately not going to be caught out of this one. Can't utilize the outside line, so it's going to be about nailing it up on the inside, get past the DGSR Aston Martin, gets the run, and now they see the Bentley just ahead of them, trying to make up some time. So our leaders still fighting their way through. Then let's go a little bit further down the order, a little bit later on. Now I was just about to go through it, but I suddenly see that Maurice has had an absolute killer run up through Eau Rouge, looking to try and utilize as they're going into the braking zone, carrying as much momentum as possible, dives for the inside line, couldn't quite get it all hooked in, but they do get caught up behind the big Bentley, and suddenly our leader, now having to just try and figure out where he can go, looks to go up on the inside. That's going to allow Maurice also to try and make his way through, as our Bentley jumping out of the way, currently lying in 50th position, and that is Kalen, who is just staying right out of the way of the fight. So I think he's having a bit of a difficult time there, trying to keep it all in order. Daniel going and dropping a wheel off the dirt for the number 1 Ferrari, looking very second hand though. Let's actually go into the car. Yeah, no, this car is absolutely done. So that steering is at a 90-degree angle to try and pull the car back. Unfortunately, very, very second hand at that moment. Thomas trying to also claw his way up through the order, as our drivers now starting to figure out what momentum they need to keep going. So let's go through our running order for our GT3s. Currently as Renan Dolas along with Marius Rinder currently in 1st and 2nd place, with Michael of HsRxERaxDSGR of Topanica going and making up a bit of time. Also had a successful run as Adrian got turned round. So Adrian Panitwitz going and losing out a lot of momentum, has got Fabian Sauls trying to carry up that little bit more time. So drivers hoping that just a little bit more momentum, how they can carry it all going through. Actually, Bradwell Wilson actually going and saying, how's it to everyone out in the chat? He is keeping an eye on the Alan Hart team that are racing the Aston Martin in this race. So let's carry on going down as we see HsRxERAxDSGR going and make their way through. That is now running in 6th position for the McLaren, getting chased down by the Racing Story Wizards. We got the Vulcan Power along with Raptor Racing in 9th place. 10th is Low Risk Motorsport, followed by Adam Charles. I do apologize for getting that wrong. TSR1, Jordan Naylor going and trying to make his way through. HSR Esports, Aston Academy trying to carve up and get past one of our GT4s. The finger of Daniel Buller going and hoping he can keep ahead of the Good Smile Racing with Waifu on the side. And Lewis Knight trying to keep up the momentum. Evo currently running in 16th position. Then we have got the Beachburg Racing Dutch going and running in 17th position. HRT running in 18th. 19th is Sliver and ACC team. I'm still gotta say, maybe a big fan of Hufflepuff, I would think. We're getting chased down by HSI Esports Academy. Then we have got the first of our GT4s, and that is Richard Reddick in the McLaren. And I've got to say, one of the beautiful McLarens out there. Florian Volker unfortunately dropping down, and Daniel will be dropping down, both trying to get some work on their cars. Timo Sen, second of our GT4s, is trying to carry the momentum through, getting past Daniel now. Toro Govnov of XD in the Porsche trying to make his way through. Pure Bronze, David Roth trying to gain a bit of time out there, and also looking a little bit broken with some of the racing. And has Alexander Orcus of TSR1 trying to make his way through. Third of our GT3, this would be fourth of our GT4s. This is Hajax Velocity Racing Team in the BMW, going and making his way up through the order. HSI Esports running in 29th. That is the number 4 car. As we do see, he's got a stop-go 30-second penalty. That will be for exiting the pits a fraction too early. We're getting off the button too early, and then suddenly you get that stop-go 30-second penalty, which you have to serve during the race. Moon Motorsport going and battling it out in the big Bentley. Suddenly has the DGSR of number 31. Well, sorry, that is 31st for the number 800. That's having the Racing Stories Wizards come by. P1 Racing now back out into 32nd position. Robert Volt of RRH trying to make up some time. Mark Renneberry of Positive Perception Esports. It's all about perception. Going and ending it up beautifully. Gotta say, one of the very few Audi R8s we get to see in the GT4s. Even fewer is the Camaros in the GT4s. GGSR Camaro Bruce Ace behind the wheel of that car, and he is absolutely having a great time out there. Then we've got Nubs Racing, Fabio Vera going and making his way through, trying to claw his way back up through the order. HSR Esport McLaren Academy getting chased down by Hy-Vee as they make their way through. Legend Skill Nightmare Racing, Sean Skitter going and trying to make up a bit of climb. Did have a problem. I know Paul the Wall Fenter is not behind the wheel of the car, so Sean decided to pay tribute by driving it into the wall. Just joking there, Mr. Skitter. Don't be caught out by that one. LJK, Danny McCutcheon going and having a bit of fun. MTN Sim Sports carving their way through. That is lying down in 41st position overall. Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Mateus Nikolic going and having a bit of fun. Actually, very, very good to see this car. Not many people are aware that there was a Logitech challenge that went out that allowed sim racers opportunity to really claw their way up through it. It was McLaren and Logitech working together to show off the world of esports, and it's good to see that we have got a couple of drivers that did participate in that series to race here tonight in this 4-hour endurance race. Well, depending on where you are in the world, morning, afternoon, evening, you get to have it all. Matt Keys rounding out a field of BS Motorsport in the only Alpine out there. And I've got to say, I'm sorry, not Alpine, that's Alpine. And Alpine Motorsport synonymous to the world of GT Motorsport, and even going further back into the 60s, the 70s, has been championship winners. If you ever want to be at the top, you went and bought yourself an LP and go and see them battling out. So fantastic to see drivers not forgetting some of the cars, as we do see Emery going and losing a bit of traction in the McLaren. So unfortunately, the HsRxERAxDSGR McLaren losing out to the Racing Story Wizards on the climb after a little bit of a rough race at the start that dropped them down through the order. Now having to play a little bit of catch up, as we do see a yellow flag out on track, and that is the 416 of Fabio. Where on earth are you going, buddy? Fabio losing it out through one of the right-handers here at Spa, and unfortunately that Ferrari is looking broken. Of note, it looks like they're going to stop the car and try and tow it back to the pits. No, not going to give up. He's going to try and get it back to the pits under his own steam, just allowing the rest of the vehicles to get by. Gotta say, hats off, well done, good to see that, and good to see zero quit, especially with so much time on the cards, as suddenly Sergey getting a huge momentum over the likes of Lewis Knight, dives around the outside. Suddenly Daniel needs to get a little bit of hurry up and go as they do make their way through. It goes late on the anchors to try and bring his way back, so Lewis managing to hold a position, and Daniel just ahead, who did land it up with a little bit of a bottleneck there. Roman, though, has caught up onto the back of the McLaren just ahead of him. The Sonmez going and dealing with Roman Bober, going and fighting it out. The Raptor Virtual Racing, hoping they can try and get a little bit more momentum, looking for any way to get past. They are starting to make up a bit of ground. They will see the struggling Ferrari or the 416 car going and just trying to limp back to pits. So yellow flags will be waved. There will be a bit of a discussion of, okay, what do we need to do here? What's the bigger thoughts? Is this car in the way? Is it going to be a problem? Can I stay on the gas? That type of communication will be going through back to his team, that will look on and say, okay, it's clear, don't worry about it, keep your foot absolutely planted, don't get past, don't worry about the pass. As we go back up, this looks like it's going to be a change up for first place, as Maurice all over the back of Renato, the Growling Lions, trying to get a little bit of momentum up over Eau Rouge, running right onto the limits there and trying to make up some time. Unfortunately, not too much. Two brutal V8s as they make their charge on the way through. Two of the very few, the last remaining naturally aspirated V8s in GT3 racing. Well, I say that, but we cannot forget that Mercedes has put out an official statement that they have built their very last up-to-date GT3 that will be using the naturally aspirated V8s. So last of the AMG V8s has been released. Got a huge amount of power underneath it, but unfortunately it will be the last of the dying breed, unfortunately, as everyone's starting to move over, seeing that the turbocharged V6s are becoming more and more powerful. They're starting to work more, and also fuel economy wise, they're great, but they just don't sound as good. I will have to put that, I will say that. As you see, Daniel, unfortunately, coming out, he was a bit slow on the exit, and Sergey, who's trying to make up a bit of time, getting past one of our Aston Martins, that is the DSGR, trying to make his way through. Of our GT4s, you can see immediately closing up. One thing that people have got to go and start thinking about, the GT4s, yes, they're not as powerful in a straight line. Yes, they are a little bit slower to deal with, but when you're in the corner, you can only go 60 kilometers an hour. It means every car can go 60 kilometers an hour. GT3 has more aero to push the car down. You can go a bit faster, but if you get that poor exit, expect to have the rest of the field. Oh, big contact, and that, unfortunately, Team Shumi Skins was part of it. Adrian having a terrible run there, and that was a big accident for the 38, the 588, and the 404. Well, it was definitely the 404 having a 404 error. That is Michael Topnik in the HSR trying to close up a time. Caught up to one of our Aston Martins. Oh, caught into the back of the 727, and suddenly it was just ending terribly from there. Oh man, that is terrible. We witnessed a murder, folks, and unfortunately, David Roth of Pure Bronze, who's getting all the support at the moment, oh man, is going to need a bit of a polish after that one. And definitely, I think the fillings in the teeth have been shaken quite a bit. Might need a bit of silver put back in just to try and keep it all together. A few screws, a few plates, and definitely a whole lot of pain. Unfortunately, the GT4 just doing his own thing, driving on the racing line. Suddenly, as GT3 is gaining up a rate of knots, it is up to the faster cars to pass the slower car safely. That is what we've got to be reminded of. It's not like Formula 1 rules where you can just dive past and that's it, you're great. You have to follow the rules of passing in a safe manner. And if you can't get it done, you're going to have to wait. And that's where the patience game comes in for both sides of the parties. For GT4s, it can be highly aggravating to have a GT3 on the back of you. You're busy saying, get around me, but get around me on the best way possible. For the likes of a for a GT3, you want to get past as quick as possible. As we see yet again another contact. Adrian in the 38 car looks like he had contact with the 588 car. So what on earth happened there with the Team Shumi Skins? Gaining a little bit of time. He's got Fabio Sauls onto the back of him, so that's fine. Fabio keeping into the mix, not having any problems. As we jump to Helicam, Fabio looks up on the inside. Runs about wide, light contact, nothing too bad there. Tries to get a little bit more time. We do see Adrian trying to come back at him as well. So these two did fight it out. Adrian, unfortunately, was one to get caught out quite a bit. And, yeah, that Fabio Sauls on the 588 did have that little bit of contact. And that maybe was just a little flash of the lights to say, hey, listen, sorry about the contact. And suddenly having the second contact there does push him offline. And you'll see the quick flash of saying, hang on, buddy, we got a problem here. So we do see Adrian eventually pulling into the pits. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those that don't know, we do have a very stopped car on the track, and that is the 121 car. But life has just gotten very interesting very quickly for a lot of our vehicles. Let's go to our 121. Yeah, that is the Alpine, unfortunately, and Michael coming out of the pits. But I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me or whether, well, we've had a chat with the weather gods. Windscreen wipers are going ablaze, and this tells me, folks, we're in for a bit of rain. Now, what does this do for us in the race? Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these drivers are going to be racing out on the slicks as hard as they can, pushing as hard as they can. It's now been worn down. Remember, they've been on the same set of tires for roughly 42 minutes. Rain starting to come down on worn out slicks. That means grip is starting to drop off. But you don't want to pit too early, because if you put rain tires on right now in these conditions, you will be suffering big time with the tires overheating, which means you'll have zero grip. You'll wreck your rain tires, and they'll be just as useless as slicks in wet weather. So you've got to be very, very cautious. And I do want to point out, well, folks, we do have stewarding out here that's going to be having a bit of fun with us, and our stewards doing, well, the thankless job. And we do take our hats off to the stewards for all the work that they do. How it always makes life interesting, as where on earth did the Mustang go? Got so far thrown into the nether realm that he disappeared off our screens. Renato, at this point, got sent to the shadow realm so hard that he slapped the door on the way through, bounced back just to say that he's there, went back to the shadow realm to close the door, and then got back out. So, don't get to usually see that type of bounce, but that did bounce quite a bit. But let's see what happens. And Fabio at the moment, with that writing to Helen back on the back of the car. Well, you're in a GT3, you're on Spa, it is raining, and you're on a set of slicks. So get ready to visit that quite quickly. He's going to get caught out. We do see them in 23rd position. Yeah, that would be a little bit further down. That is Gupsanov There we go. Unfortunately, 15-second penalty onto that team. And also for Jordan. Matt Jordan has got a 10-second penalty. East is sitting with a penalty as well. Stop go 30-second for the Big Bentley, who's not getting the grip. And then we got Reese Valentine, who's out on the track. This is his first time out on the track. And, well, we talked about what you can do for your teammates and how this is going to affect it. You've done a driver change. You handed over to your mates. You said, right, it's your turn. By the way, I've left you with a penalty. That is going to sting, as we do see our, well, stewards are not hanging back. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, all being handed out to everyone. Gus Peters getting it all hooked in here for the Beachburg Racing Dutch team. Going, and unfortunately 10 seconds added on to their time. They trying to keep it as gentle as possible, and with a bit of damage to the car and on slicks, not going to be an easy time out there, as we do see Greek going past one of our Camaro, well, our very own last Camaro of the GT4s going off circuit. And that was Bruce, who dropped off the track and saw these GT3s come piling through. That is going to cause a little bit of a problem. Toto coming out of the pits though for our little Porsche, trying to get a little bit more time underneath him. And once again, we do extend the invite to all our drivers. I can see everyone in their own respective chats that the commentary booth is open, that we can come and interview you guys. You're more than welcome to come through, give us a bit of insight, especially all our amazing petrol heads out there in the grandstands that are now getting their raincoats on to keep an eye on all the racing that's happening out on track. They don't want to miss anything to it. Wilson Fernandez comes out of the track for the Vulcan Racing and has 10 seconds put on his time. That's going to hurt. You've just come out onto the circuit. You're now trying to make up some time. And suddenly you've got Adrian gaining a little bit of time behind you, hoping that he can claw his way back up through the order of the 1-2-3 car of Richard Rerick, who was our leader for the GT4s, suddenly in the wall. That is an absolute pain for him, from first all the way down into third, and maybe going more. The 1-2-3 McLaren GT4 unfortunately bit the wall. So we're going to try and take a look at what happened there, because that was our leader of the GT4s doing everything he can, getting very squirrely in the rain conditions, which tells me those slicks are starting to become a bit more unbearable. Runs out wide, touches the AstroTurf, and whammo, into the wall. That's all she wrote. That is pain on another level of note getting handed out there. And unfortunately, that wasn't even by the stewards. That is just Lady Luck saying, nah, not this time. You're going to really start to eat it a little bit more. Thomas Morton trying to make his way up. So Thomas in 16th position, trying to catch up to Michael Toponik ahead of him. So Michael's going to try and out-accelerate and try and break away from that Mustang. Lamborghini getting a little bit more squirrely, but this is where we're starting to see it all come into play. We do know the front engines haven't got too much of an issue in the dry. Going over curbs, not a problem. Big win for them. But suddenly, when you are dealing with wet conditions like this out on track, well, you want to avoid those curbs like they are the living plague that's around the circuit, because it's starting to build up puddles. It's starting to get very wet, causes the cars to slip. You'll lose a lot of traction. You'll go cross-arm to try and keep it all together, wear down the tires more. Even like what we saw, can put you into the wall in 3 seconds flat and change your entire race in a heartbeat. Many of the drivers, though, going and trying to run that a little bit later into the race. They're trying to keep their stops exactly what they want to be. We do see one of our Audi R8s going and darting off through Blanchemont. Suddenly, we got Sonmez up on the inside of Adam. Can't quite get it done. A gentle on the brakes, though. Just trying to tiptoe at this point. Gets on the power. You can see wrestling the car left and right. It's not an easy time out there. Let's actually go and take a look. And on board, as we go on board with the McLaren 720S GT3 of Sonmez, you can see through the hairpin, all flying, but constantly rocking the steering wheel, trying to seesaw his way all the way through. Now this is where it gets a bit tricky. Heading up towards Rouge and Radeon as you get to the crest. So you usually take quite a lot of the curb on the left-hand side. He missed it. Gentle, actually braking, going down into 4th gear. That's where you're usually holding 5th and you're accelerating up. He's actually being a little bit more gentle with it and right ahead of him. Adam, not giving 2 hoots at this point, is going and it keeps on accelerating. He's trying to break away, but you can see how gentle the drivers are, just gently going down the gears. That trail braking coming into play, and this is where it also starts to talk about the driver and their skills, and also a little bit of what training has been done, because a lot of people do practice in different conditions. But I know for like ERA, they have training days specifically to teach drivers how to handle conditions like this, because let's be honest, we've all had those moments. We've all been the greatest, thinking that nothing can get us, and we will always be at the top of the charts. As we see Sonmez, I was just complimenting and he went into the wall. Okay, right, don't hang on a car for too long, because yeah, you just hand over the curse there, Steve. Commentator's curse. Moving on, let's talk about golf. I think that's going to be the safest at this moment, because quite a few drivers are just trying to hang on for dear life, and well, you get a little guy like me that's going and causing a huge amount of problem, as we see Sonmez just trying to keep out of the way. Suddenly Lewis Knight getting past him. Lewis trying to stretch up the gap a little bit. Sonmez now we'll see that Michael Tipnicker is coming around onto the back of him. So Michael's going to try and gain a little bit of time. He's going to look to try and carve his way through. The field now very mixed up. You will have some drivers that are ahead in laps and others that are below. They're trying to just tiptoe their way around this track, and especially in the wet conditions with the spray starting to kick up, visibility starts to fade away, and also Michael not hanging in there is just trying to make his way around past one of the BMWs, and suddenly now having to just break away from Thomas, who is making up a lot of time. So good to see that there's some gains and there's some losses, but there is a lot of hurt coming. For like Wilson Fernandez, the Vulcan Racing team, getting that 10-second penalty will be detrimental to their race, adding an extra 10 seconds that wasn't wanted, and now having Adam on to the back of them, fighting for position. Adam will want to try and carve them up, get around them, and carry on the momentum. Remember that the team Shooty Skins at one point to this race was the leader. They were up at the top overall and leading the GT3s. Suddenly, quick turn of events, battling it out against the Mustangs, gets turned around, boom, into the wall, and then having to try and battle out, sliding his way through Puan. Not going and having an easy time out there. But I do see something very, very interesting starting to go, and a little chat as I take a look to our, well, our forums out there for our teams and drivers. And one of the things is we've had Matties going, anyone have a good wet starting pressures for Oakley? We've never had any wet running in the Bentley. So a bit of an interesting discussion coming in from the big Bentley team, going and saying, look, we've never actually taken this car in harsh conditions like this before. We want to try and see where we can go. So, whoa, okay, well, that was one GT4 that got it wrong as Patron Object comes out and he shot past everyone and came across everyone's nose. He's got a stop-go 30-second penalty, but wow, oh wow, that's not quite how you do it. Definitely not quite how you do it. I mean, if we go to the helicam, take a look how close this was to a proper accident. Shoots past, that's all fine, but watch the rejoin at a 90-degree angle, just missing the pure bronze Aston Martin, and gets right in between himself and the Bentley. I mean, that is just, oh man. If that doesn't give you a heart attack, I don't know what will, folks. That was frightening. And with the stop-go 30-second penalty as well. Oh, Patron going and really testing our hearts there. When you see a car shoot off into the distance, you always wonder when they're going to come back. Well, saw that one come back. Then we got Nikita going and battling out in the Evo, trying to claw up a little bit of time. So, Matt East, Winston said, Bentley, got a bit of a problem. What can we do? And well done to Thomas Hagen, who actually went and said, listen, go up 1 PSI on the tires. That should be able to help out quite a bit with the tires and make things work. So a big shout out there to our drivers like Thomas Hagen actually replying to a question. Now, that's one thing I do want to touch on. Our drivers are in a very harsh competition. They are all looking to get themselves up towards the top of the field. They're all fighting for different classes and overall, but they still have enough time to chat to one another, to give that little bit of an insight and say, hey, look, let's see where we can improve. How can we help you guys out? As we do see a couple of our drivers trying to make their way around. Unfortunately, one of the McLarens stuck in the dirt, trying to pull his way back. So great to see a little bit of a chat going on, but we do have a bit of a change-up going on as Robert Volt in the little Alpine going and making up a bit of time, loses out of position to the likes of Casper Zawanda, who's up ahead of him. Casper in the number 69 car is in the GT3 of the Havy, going and dealing with the GT4 of Robert Volt, who's just trying to make up some time. We've seen this little Alpine run into a few problems during the course of the event, but they've now been trying to go, as we see a Patron Hajak into the pits for the BMW, trying to get that stop-go 30-second penalty served and get it out of the way as fast as possible. Our drivers really seeing where they can make up a bit of time. Richard Rahek, though, unfortunately, losing out a bit of time. He runs out very wide. This little car for Richard was actually in first for the GT4s, might I add. Unfortunately, it was not to be for too much as the rain came down, the tail snapped out, and he went into the wall. But let's take a look at our GT4s, because we don't get to chat about them too much. This is where we do want to talk about GT4s to see if we can possibly bring up the grid in splits. Is it possible? No, it's not, unfortunately. As we do have our GT3s in full, but do we have our GT4s? We have currently got Marek Doverick in first place in the GT4s. He has actually made up quite a bit of time. DGSR car is trying to close up on a lot of the field. So keep an eye on the DGSR Aston Martin on the climb through. Been making up some great time during the course of the race. Now into first place. Oh, taking evasive maneuvers for one of the Raptor. That is the Raptor Racing Ferrari. That is in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, making life a little bit more of a difficult time indeed. We do have our live stewarding though, and it's something I do want to bring up because it's actually our live stewarding has got quite a bit of a panel that is, well, got the hard job. And I mean the very hard job. This is a very unforgiving position, and everyone wants it, but no one wants to step up for it. This time, we've pulled one of our quicker drivers from ERA, and personally, I would say one of our quicker drivers in the world. Darius, who, for those who are very unfamiliar, usually going and racing out in the Ferrari 488. Let's have a take a look at what some of the calls have been made, starting with the 278 car. So let's go down, let's try and find the 278 car. That is Tony Rukoft of the HsRxERAxDSGR McLaren Academy. That's making up the time. They're lying in 35th position. They landed up with an unsafe rejoin lap 1, turn 8. And unfortunately scored 10 seconds penalty for that. Then the next car that got, well, caught out, and when we say caught out, take a look at Danila Chugnov, who is trying to make his way up the P1 Ferrari, having to keep ahead of Marek Doverick, who is just trying to keep it all together, and suddenly has one of the McLarens. I think that is David Roth. Wait, that's not David Roth. That would be Richard Rahek on the back of it. So, the 155 car. That's a little bit through the field. Let's try and find the 155. that is fighting it out in the field. I see him. There we go. That is Sonmez, who got a penalty for dive bomb causing a collision, lap 5 T1. Got a 10-second penalty there. Explains why a major loss in time. We also go to number 4 that landed up with a penalty. Let's try and find the number 4 car. So unfortunately the Oscar Plodno car got into a bit of a problem, and the dive bomb landed up with, well, the dive bomb of our Stewart. Can't seem to find the number 4 quite quickly on my sheet, unfortunately. That was for causing a collision. Number 98 car causing a collision on a lower class. So that was a GT3 going into the back of a GT4. Then we got the 551 forcing off track with contact on lower class. So also getting involved with the GT4s there, landing up with a bit of a problem. Another one, number 68, not holding the brakes and causing a collision. So our 68 car also having a bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment. And then our number 88, Wilson Fernandez, for unsafe rejoin, causing a collision, scoring a 10-second penalty to the time, which is still yet to be served. So a couple of drivers there getting caught out, having a bit of a problem. Penalties that have been issued by our student team, saying, hey, that's not ideal circumstances, rather just wait it out. Once again though, we do highly welcome a couple of our drivers to come and have a chat to us right here in the commentary box. We'd love to get a bit of an insight. Actually, no, it would be quite so great, because I know Darius, Lewis Knight, all going and watching out for it. I know David Roth, though, might not be tuned into the station, but when David's done, it would be nice to have a chat to him, considering he's been making a bit of a climb and being the only Camaro driver out there. We're going to see what he can do. So Adam dealing with Thomas onto the back of him, trying to close up that little bit of time as they make their way through to the bus stop. The rain starting to get rather heavy out on the track. Fabulous Halls now into the pits, and that is going to allow our low-risk motorsport to gain a little bit of time. Will they pit or will they carry on after 2 hours and 57 minutes still in this race to go? 1 hour and 2 minutes has gone past. We did say the GT3 cars in the dry. I do want to add, in the dry can go roughly about an hour to an hour and 10. Now that the pit stops are starting to roll in, also with the rain, you can stretch it out to about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 25 if you're lucky, because you start changing up those engine mappings. Thomas Milton keeping ahead of Adam, who is constantly onto the back of him. Adam trying to look around the outside and forcing Thomas onto the inside line. It's very, very wet. It's very, very slick. He gets right behind one of our GT4s, outbrakes himself. Adam trying to come back at him. Side by side they go, and Adam's lost it. Adam has lost it as he got on the power a little bit too early, and that was all she wrote. But now towing back to the pits as well is going to throw him down the order. After all that, after absolutely all that, stood on the gas and just had it rotated around. Petra Robert into the pits, Fabio Soares, and that's going to allow Danny Gloss, who got it very sideways up Eau Rouge. I actually want to go on board with that one, just see from the helmet cam, because yes, Tim put helmet cams in our GT3's helmets. He's run around across all these drivers and just inserted a little camera into them. Big shout out to Tim. Jim, who is going and keeping an eye with our stewards. So, let's take a look at this Merc going through Radion, up Eau Rouge into Radion, and you can see cross-armed it all the way up. Beautiful! But definitely, that is how you change the color of your shorts on the way through. Not an easy time out there. Oh boy. So, a couple of incidents out on track. Blake Moore of Soma GP, unfortunately parked down track. The 928 car also is stopped, and there's Petra Roberts, who is waiting rather patiently in the pits, might I add. No, Petra Roberts not in the pits. He's not in the pits. And he is gone. We have just witnessed the driver to go. And that, unfortunately, was a BMW. So what on earth happened to the car? It was stopped for quite some time. We saw him there. And unfortunately, is out, as we do see Wilson Fernandez getting past, getting caught out. Richard now coming out onto the pits. And it's Garbo Telek who's behind the wheel. So we do see the BMW back out on track. Low Risk Motorsport going and continuing on at this point, but yellow flags coming into play. Lots of drivers unfortunately having those rear tires spin up and lose out, as we do see another one from the number 98. This is Krasimir Krustov, who is getting caught out under braking, stuck on the outside, runs out a bit wide, really goes wide through Puan. Brings it back nice and gently, but that is going to be starting to look at track limits. Another car of 278 of Tony Rukoff, who's out of the pits, trying to get a little bit of driver onto the back of him. Our number 21st position just need to serve a bit of a stop though. 15 seconds is the Christoph, who is trying to make his way through. So, lots and lots happening here. Lots has gone down. Let's go through the running order. I know I keep saying it. Let's actually do it. Come on, Stephen, you got this. It is a Glowing Lion who is out in first, followed by Team Shumi Skins. Remember, they dropped down to 7th position at one point of the race. Then we have got the RNEPT, kept it very towards the front, and YES. And it does remind me of like YMCA in terms of the RNEPT. We have got the Vulcan Racing lying in 4th. 5th place HRT, number 157 car. Manelo Garcia behind the wheel there. Then we got the Racing Story Wizards on the climb, back into 6th place. They've been keeping it pretty consistent. TSR 1, trying to make some time through. Raptor Virtual Racing, trying to also climb their way up in 8th. 9th place is HSR Esports Aston Academy, along with HSR Esports 404. Then we got the Low Risk Motorsport getting chased down by Good Smile Racing of Lewis Knight. Palenka Power running in 13th position, well, going off track, as well as Oscar Kulmer going and clawing up the time. They pull into the pits. Evo chasing them down. Beachberg Racing Dutch with the Canadian flag of Dixon Hurst having a good go at them. Sliverin ACC team with Gil Sliverin having a great time out there. Defender, who is having a great bit of fun with Thomas Shakespeare. Then we got Andy Driscoll of TSR 1, HSR Esports Academy, Riley Pennell. We've got XD going, making their way around. P1 Racing up in 22nd position, 23rd actually is P1 Racing. Then 24th is Marlik Dovik, who's actually first of our GT4s, having a great bit of fun out there. Second of our GT4s, the MVR GT4 Speed, Felix Heineken is behind the wheel there. Positive Perception Esports running in a third of the GT4s. Fourth of GT4s is Pure Bronze, followed by RRH. And we got Terry Driscoll in 29th position, LJK, trying to make up some time. Richard Reddick, who was in first, now unfortunately down the order. Bruce Ace in the only Camaro, and I still think it's the coolest GT4, one of the coolest GT4s out on the track currently. Others look pretty, but I mean, you can't go wrong with the Camaro. Matthew East of Move Motorsport, in minding out of the way, will have Casper Zedwa of Hy-Vee making up a bit of time. HSR Esport McLaren Academy running in 34th. 35th is Hajax Velocity Racing Team, Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and that is Mateus Nordwich, who is closing up on to the back of Petron, and he does pull into the pits, never mind. BS Motorsport in the LP, looking a little bit scratched up there on the way through 2 positions, while having a couple of positions behind. Nubs Racing, Adrian Murad, along with Blake Wall of Samu GP, rounding out our drivers at the moment. Still 39 drivers to go. We started with 43 cars. Unfortunately, it is a race of nutrition, that is for sure, especially around a very, very difficult circuit of Spa Francorchamps. And multi-class racing is no easy feat to that. As we do see, that is Bruce Hayes, who's unfortunately turned round and now trying to bring himself sorted. Not quite an easy time for our little 801 GT4, the Camaro. Let's see what actually happened out for our little Camaro. Runs out a little bit wide, not onto the AstroTurf there. Did he break into a puddle or just onto the curb? Tries to bring it back. Oh no, there was a McLaren in the middle of nowhere. Then he touches a curb, falls off in sympathy, and then gets parked. So, well, you know, you can't do it alone. You got to share the fate with your friends, and well, was pretty much a spin of sympathy. And I've got to say, at least our GT4 is going and sharing a bit of love there. Kurt Peters saying a good luck and a go-go team HSR, going and putting in a bit of support for the HSR team. They've come out in full force in both classes, and good to see Kurt Peters going and saying, how's it? Well, Kurt, you're more than welcome to bring one of the drivers from the HSR team. We'd love to have a chat to them and get a bit of an insight, not only of the racing, but HSR as a whole. For those who are just watching, they are new, welcome. This is the 4 Hours of Spa. It is a joint collaboration between HsR, ERA, and DSGR. If you want to be a part of all the shows, go and take a look out on SimGrid. There's so much to talk about, and join up with the communities. We welcome you. We invite you all to be a part of it. And we do have our pit wall open for you guys to keep an eye on all live timing, because it's always fun to keep an eye on your team. Now, I don't know if anyone's noticed or whether the glasses have fallen off, but it doesn't look like the rain's coming down at all. It's still a greasy circuit out there, don't get me wrong. Looks can be deceiving, but if we go on board with the likes of Thomas Morton, a little bit of spritz happening. That's just a kick up off the tires, I would think, that is starting to lay into effect. But it does look like the rain has stopped. It's a bit of a greasy track out there, and now the drivers can start to wind things up a little bit more, start getting a little bit more stretched out and pushing themselves a little bit faster as everything starts to dry. But all the grip that was recently put down was washed away. Now we're starting to have the next round of pit stops happening for our drivers. Very, very rough situation for everyone's planning, because suddenly ideal situation would be you start, it's dry, temperature doesn't change, the track doesn't change, the grip is at optimal, and you can just keep going. Worst case scenario though, track does change. We can see that dry line starting to form. So if we go to Tim on our heli cam, because it's always fun to chat to Tim when he's on the heli, you can see there's dark patches, which is obviously a little bit wetter, but you'll see everything start to lighten up. There's a few lines that are starting to lighten up on the circuit where you can follow the dry line, as they love to start to become more of a factor. Will start to make the cars get a little bit quicker. They'll start to push. Well, that lighter line, I do apologize, is where you want to roughly be. You'll get that bit of momentum and gain some time. Interesting times is happening though, because we do have a couple of penalties once again handed out, as we have got Michael Topnicker of HsR Esports 404, 15-second penalty added onto them, and Wilson Fernandez has got I do apologize, Vulcan Racing has got 10 seconds added to them. Then we go down through the order, because for likes of Thomas Schlicksberg over here of Deferner will have a stop-go 30-second penalty, and that is purely came off the button a little bit too early. Now that is the pit limit, so we're actually going to go back a bit here. We can go actually see from the car. So you see the pit board where it says 50, and got off the button just a tad too early on the way through, so sped through the pits a little bit, and unfortunately that is a stop-go 30-second penalty. Got a serve committed in 3 laps though, and that unfortunately will land up with a bit of a problem and go and extend those pit stops a bit more than planned. As time starts to run through, this is not ideal, and well, we're starting to have more of it. So interesting stuff coming out, and taking a look to our drivers out there. One of them is actually going and talking about the 613. Switch drivers for some reason. Now we're showing a 612 and our car is 21 laps down. So that would be Blake Moore over here for the Simon GP, and they are making their way out onto track. So it looks like they had a disconnect and a reconnect. Unfortunately, that's dropped them back 21 laps during the course of this race, so they're going to have to go out and do everything they can. Unfortunately, this is a major setback for the team as they're down 21 laps. But for those out there that are watching right now, all you petrol heads out there in the grandstands, see Raphael Oliver saying, and we're back. Good to have you back, and good to see you back on the front. But I want to see everyone out there, because I know you guys out there in the virtual grandstands love to cheer on your teams. You love to go and support the drivers. But I think the Sono GP Lamborghini, the drivers in this car, the number 39, well, in 39th position, the 612 was formerly the 613. Oh no, into the wall. Oh no, come on guys, get that car fired up, get yourselves going. I want to go and ask everyone, no, I'm going to tell everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, for this car that is still going, this team that is still pushing on despite everything, damage to the car now, but 21 going 22 laps down due to a disconnect. This team is still going to go. They're going to give it everything they got. They're going to push through it all. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to see you guys go wild. I want to see everyone out there in the virtual grandstand put some flames in the chats. Go and raise your arms high. Go and cheer on the 612 car and really put the support in, because this is zero quit. We always talk about the fastest. We always talk about the battles, the highs and lows. I take my hat off to those that still keep going. Oh, we're nearly having a problem with the likes of Gil losing it right in front of him. Oh boy, that would have been, oh no, Adrian going losing in front of him. Oh man. Okay, this is a team that is going through the motions right now. Take a look. Gil loses it out on the right-hand side with the Mustang. Watch how close this is. Just misses out of the way. Deep breath. Oh, hold on for dear life. Comes back, and suddenly there's a big Bentley that just stops and they catch the corner of it. Oh man, it's just the motions of note at this point, and they are really getting caught through the whole lot of it. So it does look like a bit of problems going on for the DGSR car, and that is first place of our GT4s now pulling into the pits, looking very, very broken. And unfortunately, having a problem there. The 416 of Nubs Racing also going out wide, losing out a bit of time. But Nubs Racing, Adrian Murad going and trying to make up some time. So Adrian hoping that he can get that little bit more time and reclaw his way back into the swing of things. I mean, drivers are really, really trying at this point. They are pushing themselves a little bit more every step of the way. Drivers are trying to just move up through the order, and I've got to say, I take my hat off to everyone that is going through these extremely tough conditions, the highs, the lows, the rains, the shines, and all the fights that go in between. Our drivers are going to be pushing through it all. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break just to go and wet the whistle. I'll leave you with all the amazing camera action from Tim, and he'll be keeping up with some of the action happening out on track. So I'll be right back in just a few moments, folks. ladies and gentlemen, and we're back with some of the competitions, and thank you very much for that short intermission here to go with the whistle, but going and taking a look at some of the racing that's back out on track, and let's take a look at some of the comments going out by our amazing spectators out there, also some of the teams as we see, Michael Tippett going and diving off into the weeds. Unfortunately, not having an easy time out there. Saying 612 is fighting a wall. Yes, 612 has been in through the walls throughout the entire race. It's been a little bit of a tough time out there for the Summer GP. Blake Moore trying to make up some time and is going and really make his way through. Good to see that our drivers are having a ton of fun out there, really trying to push the boundaries of what they can do and still sticking in for the fight, not giving up as yet, and hopefully never give up. Always stick it through to the end, because so far was in 39th position, now up to 38 by just continuing, so they're going to keep it up and been a proper run. So interesting enough there, guys going and having a bit of a chat, but we are starting to see a couple of drivers running into a few problems, like Gus Peters. He's been having a little bit of a tough time out there. I did see flags kick up for Gus Peters, the 551 car going and dropping a wheel off the track. So let's see, Sabas going with Aston Martin up behind him, and that is the 157 car going and battling it out there, going side by side through Blanchemont. Never going to end great if these two don't. Never mind, it never ended great there. And unfortunately, Gus Peters for the Golf Racing getting a great shot of, overhead. Not quite where you want to be. Thomas Walton going a bit slow through the corner. Certainly has Michael Tippett coming at him, doing everything he can to try and make up some ground for our drivers. But we do have a couple of things going on. This is coming from our stewards once again. Yes, we are going to visit the steward notes as they go and take a look at some of the, naughtiness that's gone out there. There's a good old saying of you going to get hit on the willy with a wet shoelace, and that's what others have been had. So the 416 car of Adrian Murat of Nubs Racing causing a collision. Two cars, one lower class, a lap 13, turn 12, 13, and scored 20-second penalty onto that. They had to serve. So unfortunately, not a good one there, especially when you start playing better big, better ball through all our drivers. Then the 404 of Michael Tippett, who we've seen gone through the walls, and not the first time we've seen the penalty start creeping up. We saw a couple of drive-through penalties being handed out, and that was for track limits. But we do see the 404 that was involved in a few argy-bargy moments at the start of the race. And this one is for causing two collisions, one on a lower class and one not holding the brakes. Lap 17, turn 18, 19, and had 15 seconds added on to his time. So not an ideal circumstance, not great, but is still hanging in there for the fight. So a couple of drivers going and making their way through, trying to see where they can get a little bit more up the road. Gil Silvan served a drive-through penalty, so Sliverin going and really trying to get a little bit more of a run. And this is a Mustang that was higher up in the order come the start of the race, but let's actually go through that. We talk about highs and lows and who's gained, who doesn't. Well, let's go through as we see the RNE PT actually running in first place. So they've taken over first place, 2 hours and 27 minutes to go. They're up 2 positions from where they started, which was in third. So congratulations, keeping it nice and clean. Then we have got Danny Goss of the Growling Lions. They are up 4 positions. They started in 6th. Then down 1 position is a Team Shumi Skins. Then we have got Low Risk Motorsport up 11 positions. How's that, folks? Up 11 positions on the way through. And then down 4 positions is Volcom Racing. We've seen them land up in the wars, unfortunately. Then HRT, Daniel Ibanez, going and running 7 positions higher from where they started. Christoph Pipper up 3 positions. Roman Bobo up 9 positions. So the Raptor Virtual Racing team lying in 8th. They started in 17th. Behind them, Lewis Knight of Good Smile Racing Good heavens. They are up 10 positions from where they started. They started 19th, now they're up. And then we've got Carl Winsburn of HsRxERaxDSGR Aston Academy. Ooh, gets a little bit wrong there. He's showing a bit of camera time. Don't mess up now. You're okay. He's up 6 positions. Then we go down. There's HsRxERaxDSGR 404, down 7 positions. The Palinka Power down 4 positions. And then we got Iffy Yanturi of Otger Klotner going and making their way around. They're in 13th. They are down 6 positions, starting 7th. Big moves being played though. Has to go to the Evo team. Nicotia having a great run. The Evo McLaren has done so well to start in 43rd, folks. 43rd, and is up 29 positions from the start. Now in 14th, a gain of 29 positions from the start of the race. Started smack bang last and has took that climb. So well done, great stuff there. Gus Peters of Beachburg Racing Dutch up 7 positions. Then we have got the Racing Story Wizards. They were on the climb, actually sitting within the top 10 for quite some time. Unfortunately, down 7 positions. Then we have got Silvern, who is down in 17th, down 12 positions. Andy Driscoll up 22 positions. They started in 14th for the TSR1 BMW team, the number 42 car, up 22 positions, and now closing up the gap. Then we've got Thomas Sixber, who is down 5 positions, the Defender team, and then Todd Goffner is up 24 positions. So well done to the Porsche that has been in some serious trouble once, twice, 3 times more. Vladislav Birchov, who for the P1 team is up 4 positions, along with Greg Balmer, who is also part of the P1 teams. This is the number 2 car, is up 4 positions from where they started. Roman Husker of the HsRxERaxDSGR, they are down 3 positions. Kasper Zadwa is down 6 positions. And then Alessandro Spino of LJK is down 14 positions from it. Felix Haneke currently up 7 positions and is the first of our GT4s, with Stephen Kroll right onto the back of them, the DGSR, going and trying to close up that gap, also 7 positions up. So going to see a battle happening out there. David Roth of the Pure Bronze up 10 positions, Simon Wilkes up 3 positions, Dominic Milko is down 1 position. Then we have got Damian Moroni of RRH is up 4 positions. The DGSR Camaro up 5 positions. Patron Hajek is up 8 positions from where they started. And then we go to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Jan Nowak going and being down 4 positions. Callum Masur from Moon Motorsports down 8 positions. The first of all our cars, though, that has started in 36th and is still in 36th is the BS Motorsport. So they are exactly where they started. Then we got Adrian Morad down 14 positions and Blake Moore down 14 positions. So a bit of a change up going on there, but a couple of drivers still having a bit of a tough time. The teams having to really work their way through. Oh no, Greg Bubba. We were just talking about this car, the P1 Racing Ferrari, parked off, trying to rejoin nice and gently back on track, and we do see that is Daniel Jimenez, who is coming out of the pits. But unfortunately, we do have the number 2 as oh no, never mind. That is really not what we want to see. Oh, that is Kalen Masur in the 84 Bentley, who just drove into the back of the Ferrari that was stationary. Oh my heavens, that was murder. What happened? Let's go to the header cam. Yep, no, it looks like he had contact with the Aston Martin, and on the way up the hill, suddenly big slam bang into the car, and suddenly can't steer the car straight, goes into the back of Greg Bubba, who's now put that car into the pits, towed it after having a rear impact with Big Bentley as well. Oh boy, not ideal circumstances, not what we want to see, but man, when it happens, it goes wrong big time. So let's go back about a minute. Let's see if we can. We just missed the end of that bit of contact for the 84. That landed up in that bit of a crash with the cars. Man, it's just painful. That was climbing up the hill, unfortunately having a bit of contact with one of the Aston Martin. That might be. Trying to see who that might have been they actually had the contact with. But we'll try and get that number and see exactly where the contact was. Not ideal circumstances. And landed up with some very, very broken cars with a big Bentley now just limping his way around the track, trying to keep it all together. So, for our pro team, there is Fabio Soares of RNEPT, keeping ahead of the likes of Danny Gloss, second of our pro team, and then Adrian Howitzer, SMS of Team Sheepskins, running in third of our pro team. First of our pro-ams, though, our silver team, Low Risk Motorsport, as they're keeping ahead of 8th place Raptor Virtual Racing, currently running in second, and then we have Good Smile Racing running in third of our pro-ams. Moving on to our AMs, though, this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. We have got Beachburg Racing Dutch leading out the field, way ahead, because his competition's lying in 21st position for the P1 Racing. Had just lost their teammate, unfortunately, going into the wall. And Bubba, who is down in 27th position, second of the P1 cars, getting caught out in that mix. So not ideal circumstances, but that is where our AMs have gone and developed a big, big gap between them, and even our silvers becoming a real good one to keep an eye out for. As we do see Everest Mary getting behind the wheel, Thomas handing over the car after so far an hour and 40 minutes, going nearly towards the 2-hour mark. It's nearly halfway handing over the car, going and deciding that I'm done now, I'm tired, I'm going to hand over the car, and it's your problem now for the rest of it. Felix Haneke, first of our GT4s, the MVR GT4 Speed McLaren, ahead of Stephen Kroll of the DGSR. I do apologize. Mixing those up properly. Stephen Kroll trying to make his way up, and David Roth in the American Pure Bronze trying to make up the climb. So, great to see our drivers still pushing as hard as they can, still trying to get that climb, still seeing where they can end up during the course of the race and where it's going to go. Closest, though, battle is actually between Cole Warburton, who was actually running a little bit further up. We did see he was part of the contact that did happen a little bit earlier, and now Cole feeling the pressure from Yanchuri behind, and also they're trying to catch up to another little battle of Topanik after the back of Lewis Knight, as they see Daniel up ahead of him. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. We've got two battles, Formula just in the top, just out of that top 10 fight, now starting to come into it. Lewis running out a little bit wide. Unfortunately, the big Nissan not having the best of runs at the moment, losing out that little bit of time. Needs to try and figure out where guys can move, what's going to be happening at the moment, and where they're going to gain that little bit of time. It's going to be a proper run for our drivers, as we do see Lewis trying to make his way past a couple, and Michael also just getting that little bit of a drive, now tucking it behind, as they try to gain a little bit more time. Naturi looks up on the inside of Warburton, trying to get a little bit more momentum, and big send up on the inside. Cole says, oh, well, you go late on the brakes, I'm just going to go early on it, get on the power a little bit earlier, and now I can drag race you. Down they go, heading towards Eau Rouge. It's going to be a big climb, side by side. It's dry weather, though, and it does look like Cole going and saying, listen, I don't want to get into this fight. He backs off the throttle. Further up ahead, Michael in the Lamborghini, going after Lewis Knight. Lewis in the Nissan, trying to hold that inside line. Is he going to be able to do it, though? Lewis, unfortunately, backs out of it, saying, okay, well, I have to do it. But they do have a very, very slow number 33, and that is one of our GT4s that has spun at the top of the hill. They see the damage to BMW M4 GT. Oh, they get past the GT4. Oh, it just loses it. And Lewis nearly having that rear tagged, was got away like Oh man, if you want to talk about a cat with 9 lives, that was essentially 8 of them gone. Because Lewis kept his foot on the gas here. All it took was one little tap, and it will land up the car going right into the wall, writing out your race. And that's all she would have wrote for that mission. So unfortunately, one BMW broken. Very fortunately, Godzilla will stand again to try and complete another movie, as we do see the number 33 once again parked very slowly trying to get going, and that is Patron Hijack of Hijack's Velocity Racing team, getting into a few problems around the track and just not having an easy time. I do have a sneaky suspicion that steering is not straight, so we do jump on board with the BMW. Battling to just try and keep it in check. The steering actually at a odd degree angle to just try and straighten the car out. I think for anyone that goes and takes a look at the BMW, the GT4, if I can point it out to me, if you had to listen to it, do you remember if you grab one of the old tin cans, like you're going to put it on your bicycle, you strap it on, it'll have a card flipping around, or you grab a hollow tin can, baked bean can, it could be anything like that, baked beans, sweet corn, that type of thing. You've got this can, you take the top of it, you clean it out, and you put your lips against it, and you just make that sound like a race car, and it has that echoey sound to it, like bees, angry bees in a can, or even you just trying to make engine noises as a kid with this hollow can. That's what it sounds like to me, to be honest, and I think there's many other people that would kind of agree. It's not the most pleasant sounding there is, and yeah, it's still having to go there, as we do see a car stopped. It might be actually our 612 car that has come to the track. Yes, it is. It's Blake Moore, and he stopped on the racing line. Oh man, on the apex. Blake Moore was stopped dead on the apex, and suddenly had our Camaro come barging his way through, suddenly realizing he can't get there. Now, I mean, it's definitely not ideal circumstances to suddenly come around and have the 612 car that has been through the walls at the moment. But we do go back a bit. This is the 222 McLaren that's been on a bit of a run. And this is Nikita trying to make a bit of time, gaining up to on the GT4s, and very, very close to ending one of our GT4s. Had to come off the brakes there. A couple of people going and saying hello, hello. Johan Hobart going and saying hello. Saber saying the livery on the GTR is absolutely amazing. I'd have to agree with that one. That little bit of a waifu sort of moment, that Hanumiku sort of vibe going on to it, is one of the greats, I've got to say. For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about here, the Itza livery or even Hanumiku, do yourself a favor. Go Google it. Go and take a look. Hanumiku, actually a really, really good talent that's actually all AI. It's all just cartoon. It's an AI based, using voice synthesizers and everything. Came out in the early 2000s, and a live concert is a hologram projection of this character that is out on there. So definitely one, if you want to go and see something different and you want to see something wild, that's definitely I can't even believe early 2000s we were dealing with the sort of AI in that regard that became a cult following out in Japan and then later the world. But we got to go and show a little bit of livery there. I mean, Good Smile Racing probably giving us a good smile with something very, very unique. Cole Warburton coming out and getting himself up and going. Good to see that our driver's still keeping a good bit of pace. 2 hours and 12 minutes to go for this race, and it's great to have you all here. It's absolutely great running. So, questions being asked: why did Tipnicka go and drop down to 11th position? Well, the 404 car has been running into a few different issues during the course of the race. Running into dropping off the track, landing up, going and dealing with the likes of our stewards. 404 having a penalty for causing 2 collisions, one on a lower class car and one for not holding the brakes in lap 17, 2 and 18, 9 and 19, landing up with a 15-second penalty. Plus, also landing up going side by side with a few cars spinning off, landing into the weeds once, twice, 3 times more. So the 404 car definitely been having a few errors during the course of it. Been an up and down race for them, a real yo-yo type of race that they're having to claw their way back from the brink of. The team of Michael Tareka of the HsRxERaxDSGR not feeling deterred as yet as they make their way through. So let's go back to our GT4s, because we've been showing all our GT3s. We've been talking about our GT3s. Well, Felix Seneca of the MVR GT4 Speed is currently 4.2 seconds ahead of their rival in the 800 car, and that is Stephen Creel, who's trying to make up some time. Once again, they are actually jumping up through the order. I do want to point out that our GT4s at current are running 24th and 25th position overall. 43 cars started, folks. And we have got our GT4s from 24th to 35th overall. That doesn't tell you anything about the consistency in a car that has lower aero, that is not as powerful, that is difficult to drive, and is under stereo of note. Very floaty when you get behind the steering wheel of these cars. And I dare anyone, go and try one. Go jump into a GT4. Learn how to drive a GT4, because you'll actually learn how to carry momentum better than in a GT3, because you're dealing with less power and they're all momentum-based cars. You want to ensure that you carry as much momentum and not go too slow into the corners. You've got to try and carry all the momentum in and out of the corners. You've got to try and keep this understeering car that will decimate its tires at the best of times under wraps. HsRxERaxDSGR going and chasing down likes of Gus Peters, 1.6 seconds behind the Beachburg Racing Dutch car, the Ferrari 296. The newest of the Ferraris have come out for the GT3s, replacing the 488 Evo Ferrari, and now is onto the back of the BMW M4 GT4. So keep an eye out on Gus as he's trying to get past, not having an easy time out there, and that has allowed HsRxERaxDSGR to get closer. And going to thread the needle 3 wide, absolutely goes for the set, gets past the GT4, gets past the competition, and like a Hail Mary, well done to the Blinker Power, who gets it done and gets past Gus Peters. And I think Gus, who had the raw end of that deal, was stuck on the outside, got thrown out to the outside, did not expect one Mustang to absolutely dive up the inside. And now we got our Racing Wizards trying to make up some time. But wow, oh wow. Keep an eye out on HsRxERaxDSGR, who is not backing down. Now going to go side by side with one of the BMWs. Not an easy time out there. Our drivers not backing down from the fight. Gotta say, it is absolutely tremendous stuff. Now Gus having to deal with our Racing Wizards trying to make up some time. They're going to go around the outside. Just going and lifting off the power a little bit. Says, okay, I'll give you that one. Get past, but pull me closer to my competition, because that was a bit of a move that was done. That was a risky gamble. That was rolling the dice on your competition and believing that your competition is fully competent of what you're going to do. That is the amount of trust that these drivers had in one another to go and pull some Hail Mary moves of note to launch their way past the competition. I'm going to say absolutely incredible stuff from our drivers in that, as we do see Gus running out a little bit wide through P1, going and missing out the first of the apexes and dropping down. So closest fight out on track at the moment is Ian Cherry and Lewis Knight. It is the Oscar Racing team versus Good Smile Racing as they make their way past the DSGR. Aston Martin GT4 still hanging out there, still trying to keep some momentum going at this point. Absolutely great stuff. And do take a look over to the forums that are out there for the drivers, so they do communicate. We get to see a little glimpse of what happens with the teams, and we see that there has been a problem where a person actually complained and apologizing to everyone that unfortunately technical difficulties landed up with the car being retired by the looks of it from one of our cars a little bit earlier. Oh, as we do see our big old Bentley going and landing into the weeds. Gus also turned around trying to get himself back up and going, but wow, oh wow, few cars having a problem. Matthew East and Blake Moore, where on earth what happened to him? He stopped. What on earth is going on with that car? Matthew East, though, was turned around. Let's go through this step by step. The 84 car being the first one I want to take a look at, because that was a quick turn. So, heading towards Blanchemont, Milka Racing, trying to make his way through. Okay, this is Blanchemont. Dumps on the curve. Caught behind one of the GT4s, just a slight tag, and just tags the wall ever so slightly. Not ideal circumstances there, but was able to keep going. Blake Moore, though, stopped again. What is going on with this car? And that is a go back to pits for the 612. Not ideal. What's going on with it? Let's actually go back a little bit. Let's see. So this is when he was stopped. He got the car going, and then it stalled out. Got it going, accelerating, revs up, and actually brings it down. He slows it and brakes, and then returns it back to pit. So whatever's gone on with Blake Moore has been quite a rough one indeed. And unfortunately, it does look like they may have just retired that car. No. Oh, man. Okay, for anyone that is around that 612 car, and I'm calling out to the grandstands, I am calling out to you guys, as you see Interior onto the back of Knight as they fight their way through. But I call out to the drivers that started this race. 43 teams started this race. We have seen a good couple of retirements due to different errors, but I would like to see drivers to keep going. I like to see drivers get back in there. I like to see the teams get back in and get fighting. So anyone with direct contact to Mr. Moore, I want you to give him a call. Let him know that we want to see him back out on the track, that it cannot end like this, and that we want to see that Lamborghini get to the end of the line. And oh no, okay, there we go. Formerly John 612, 613 has retired due to having a problem with the game, and that's why. So technical difficulties. Okay, fair enough. It wasn't out of a rage quit. It wasn't because the car broke down. There's no way of getting past this. We see Injury getting a drive-through penalty. Well, to Formula Jean, I would love to have Moore and the entire team come through to the commentary box in the HsRxERAxDSGR. We'd love to have a chat to you guys in the commentary box, so please do come to the commentary room. Even though you guys are not seeing the end, I think every single person here in the grandstands has gone through. We've felt what you guys have been going through, the amounts of work that you've all stuck in, and we would like to bring you guys through. We'd like to chat. We'd like to at least acknowledge that you guys were in this race, that you gave it your best shot despite the circumstances, and due to a technical problem, that's the reason it's out. But you know what, we've got to say well done, because there's no other way of saying it. As we see Mary come around the outside of Aaron Manship. Aaron not fighting too hard there, will let the Mustang go, and we do see the likes of Jerry, who's got the drive-through penalty, fighting against Lewis Knight. Lewis is going to go side by side with him on the way through, And there's actually no reason for Lewis to actually put up this much of a fight. He can actually come off the gas a little bit and just allow Interi to get by. He's got a drive-through penalty. He has to serve it in 3 laps, otherwise he will get disqualified. And that team are going to be well aware of it and look to continue. So Knight has backed off a little bit. That has pulled him into Michael Topnicker at the moment. But Michael's going to have to just be aware of the fight happening. The 404 car will be monitoring the situation and just saying, okay, where do we do it through? Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've got goosebumps. I genuinely have goosebumps. Formula Jean has just gone and told us that we're going to see a team with absolutely no quit turn around. They determined to see it through to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, while we've got this fight going on, which is a 3 wide, the 612, 613 car is returning to the grid to continue on with the race. Blake Moore is climbing back into the vehicle as we speak. They are going to see it through to the end. I would like to see every single person in this virtual grandstand absolutely go wild. I want to see everyone put in 6-1-2 to go and support the drivers that are going to give it through. We actually do have a guest with us that is joining in for the chat, so I would like to firstly.
Hello. I'm currently stopped over in the pit lane. Just climbed into the 6112 car.
Okay, so you're Blake Moore.
Yeah, Blake Moore. Yeah.
Okay, so Blake, you're currently just jumped into the car, through everything. Take us through what's been going on. We've seen the car up and down, but you telling me that right now, one, you're in the commentary room, which is absolutely fantastic, but you're getting the car back out on the track. I mean, for any of the driver of the day is going out to you and the team. What's been going on? Take us through it.
The thing is though, it was meant to be my teammate Florian Volker to start, because the original plan was that Florian Volker and that was going to start, and then I was meant to continue. But then what happened is that the game crashed, and then when Flo joined, he didn't, for some reason the game didn't register my car. So basically now is that we are basically. The original car is now 21 laps down, and the other car is probably around that same time. Basically, ACC had a little bit of a brain fart, but all I can say is I'm still going to fight on until the end, but there's one issue as well. Florian Volker does not want to drive because I do not want to have the game crash on me again, so it's going to be a hot pill battle from here. So,
well, we're currently watching your car on screen going around, and I can tell you, I'm looking over to the grandstands here, and I have got Johan that's busy saying, go, go, go. We have got so many people cheering you on as this Lamborghini goes side by side with the positive Audi R8 GT4. But Blake, all I can say is I'm sitting on the other side of the globe here to you, and I'm watching this racing for the very first time and getting to see you race for the very first time. I know there's quite a few of the crowd watching for the very first time, getting to see it. And what I can say is what's being shown here by the team is absolutely outstanding, because there's always zero quit when it comes through to sim racing. There's always that you can so easily throw in the towel. Well, for the 612 car / 613, we look forward to seeing you getting that checkered flag. And you know what? I'm making a solid promise here. When you come across the line in 1 hour and 57 minutes, I want to see you and the team come here to the commentary box, and we want to hear from you guys. We want to hear from the voices of the guys that do not quit, because what you are doing right now embodies what HSR is, what DGSR is, and what ERA is all about. You guys are embodying it. Go hammer it on and let the bulls run, because you know what? You could have been 43rd, you kept going, you're 38, push it because we want to see you get into that top 30. You got an hour and 56 minutes, you're in a GT3, you can't let a GT4 beat you.
I will make sure, some drivers will take note of my, the meticulous finish livery, because I'm hoping that next time around I'll bring another driver to help our zero to hero. I'm praying that happens.
Well, I'm looking absolutely forward to it. I'm going to leave you be now to go and enjoy and carry on with everything, but absolutely grand. And also, congratulations, you're the first person I've interviewed all evening. So, thank you once again for that. And I'm actually honored that it's you that I'm getting to interview as you power your way through P1. The apex was a little bit there on the left, buddy. You can go a little bit tighter.
I mean, to be honest, the frustration that I endured was obviously off screen, but it was like even mentally, it's hard to like get up to scratch again, because you're realizing that even though you might be losing battle, you actually learn more when you're losing. Even though it's hard to lose, when you lose, you actually learn more from losing than winning.
Well,
that's what Nicky Lauda said. So I mean, why not take those words on board?
Well, you're not losing. You've won all our hearts, and you're winning all the cheers. The grandstands are going wild. Good luck. I'm going to return you to your team to go and go and have some fun out there. But seriously, well done. Glad to have you, and glad to see the car still going around.
Thank you so much, mate.
Okay, well, so getting to have our drivers going and getting a bit there. We had our interview, and I've got to say, for my first time commentating on a race like this and getting to hear things, wow, to this point, we got to chat to one of the drivers, and as he said, it's not just him. It's the entire team, and I see you, Formula John, going and saying, we shall never retire, is going to really keep up the pace. Well, keep going, mate. Keep going. This is great stuff. This is what we love to see, and we always look forward to the drivers pushing themselves that little bit more, the teams pushing themselves a little bit more, and we're looking forward to you guys really hunting down and moving up through the order, because it is possible. It is really possible. So, if someone can just go, I can see the 612 car, the Soma Grand Prix. If you can get Lord Gotifi to please move your driver back to where you are, because I'm sure you guys want to have a chat to your driver, and I'm sure he doesn't want to have me in his ear the whole time. Would be also quite handy, because I'm sure he's feeling a little bit lonely right now, being out here in the commentary box. But man, oh man, love to see it. Simon Wilkes, of Positive Perception Esports, talking about positive perceptions that we're getting to see. The GT4 now running in 4th place, giving it everything he's got, trying to battle it out, catching up to David Roth just ahead of him. The pure bronze now trying to make his way through. Suddenly has the likes of Michael Toppenick onto the back of him, trying to gain that little bit of time, closing up that gap a little bit more, trying to improve. And suddenly GT3 going and opening up the gap has the likes of David Roth dealing with Simon Wilkes on the back of him. So Simon's going to try and look for the inside line. He's going to try and figure out how to close up that gap. The Audi R8 GT4, beautiful car. In real life, I actually prefer the GT4 over the GT3, just purely on looks. It's not this ginormous monstrosity that's around the GT4, a little bit more refined. Going after the Aston Martin, which is a beautiful car, but not very favoured in the GT4 space. Its rotation being a big issue. We're starting to see the likes of David Roth, who's been fighting it out, trying to make up some time, has sustained a little bit of damage to his car in the beginning stages of the race. We do see Lewis trying to get past, and our big Godzilla outbraking itself, suddenly having the likes of Simon trying to go around the outside, trying to swap around to the inside, losing out that little bit of time. And we are now starting to see GT3s like Lewis Knight starting to play a big move here. As we see Gill trying to make his way through, loses our position to Guinness, who is back in the car for the Racing Stories Wizards. Gaining up that little bit of time, trying to move a little bit more forward and keep up the pace as they try and get that car back into the top 10. Now drivers really going and giving it the absolute warmth here tonight and ensuring that they can stay within the fight right the way through the order as it stands. Great to see it. Let's go through the running order. 1 hour and 51 minutes to go. We have got the Growling Lions up into first place. Second place is Team Shimi Skins. And third is RNEPT, followed by the TSR1. Raptor Virtual Racing running in 5th position, followed by HSR Esports 404. After everything that's gone on, dropping down to 11, they've picked themselves up back into 6th position. They are getting chased down by Good Smile Racing in 7th position. Vulcan Racing in 8th, followed by Low Risk Motorsports. Then we have got Oscar Platinum running in 10th, followed by Palenko Power. Aaron Manship of HsR Esports Aston Academy is getting chased down by Beachbug Racing Dutch Plus, along with HRT in 14th position. Evo running in 15 with the likes of Sergey behind the wheel of the car. Racing Story Wizards down in 16th. This is the 673 car, losing out to their sister car a little bit further up. Then we got the Silverin ACC team. That's Gil Silverin, who is now trying to chase him down. Defino trying to make up the gap in 18th position. TSR1 running in 19th. XD running in 20th. Then we've got P1 Racing in 21st, followed by HsR Esports Academy. They are now diving into the pits. LJK with Danny McCurchin chasing him down. Then we move on to our GT4s. 24th position currently is MVR GT4 Speed, dealing with DGSR in 2nd place. 3rd place of our GT4s, lying in 26th position, is David Roth with a Positive Perception Esports right onto the back of him, really closing up that gap as quick as they can. We're actually going to keep on board with these two as David Roth trying to gain that little bit of time. Simon Wolf's looking up on the inside, going to go late on the brakes here. Can the Audi R8 just get the nose in to lift David Roth off the apex? Yes, he does. David actually brakes a little too hard. Suddenly has a Ferrari right up his tailpipes there, not making things comfortable. I'll lose the momentum because he's going to have 2 GT3 cars looking to get past him as they charge up towards Eau Rouge. Actually, the P1 Racing actually coming off the gas there, allowing the Porsche to come through and not wanting to interfere too much with David Roth, who will be an understeering car at this point. Suddenly, he's going to get swamped. He's stuck in the middle of 2 GT3s. So David Roth taking a deep breath on the way through, now having to deal with the cat. Now Simon, who got away lucky, suddenly has everyone there, and oh, we do see that is Alma Hatton on the car number 69 into the wall, unfortunately. Sorry, that was that's a 31. It wasn't Alma. No, Alma is actually just coming out of the pits now. He looks like he smacked the front of his car. So Alma Hatton is looking a little bit broken in the heavy car. Actually diving into the dirt a bit, so where on earth did he lose it? Because that was coming out of the pits. Oh, that's weird. Yep, he lost it through Eau Rouge into the top of over the crest and then smacked the wall, then came out looking like he was in the pits. But that is a very, very broken car for the heavy McLaren, and it does look like it hit so hard into the wall that it's got a livery. So Omar trying to make his way through. Heavy going and hitting so hard that the livery returned for a short time and disappeared. Jim Fox, though, of HsR Esports Academy, trying to make his way through. Looking a little bit worn out. Suddenly has a GT4 McLaren getting past him. So great to see the GT4 staying in the mix there. Dominic Milk is running in 29th position. Then we got Ryan Greenway on the DGSR Camaro, trying to make up some time. Robert Volt of RRH going and keeping ahead of John Norwick of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, as he tries to continue the momentum. The BS Motorsport running in 33rd. 34th is Greg Balber. Unfortunately, again, the P1 Racing Ferrari having a rough time out there, losing the tail end. Now having to try and bring it all back. Matthew East of Moo Motorsport running in 35th position. Lucas Repper of Hijack's Velocity Racing Team. The GT4 BMW still hanging in there, doing everything he can. Lucas giving a gap to Fabio Vera. GT3 making his way around. 38th position, and not giving up is the Samo GP, who is really giving it all. Blake Moore, who is going to be in behind the wheel for the remainder of this race by the looks of it. He's going to be really going and pushing it as hard as he can. Ammo Hatman trying to get the car back to the pits. Number 69 car that is running in 28th position at the moment will lose out into 29th, and suddenly Dominic going by. So Dominic really having a big slide on the way through, just to make things even more exciting as he tries to continue the gap at the moment. So great to see that teams are still out there giving it everything they got, fighting out towards the top spots and not going and backing down from the challenge. But I do want to point out that while the race has been going on, while the excitement's been there, let's talk about this team, the RNEPT, going and making their way around, because this 588 car is currently the only team that is holding, well, is the team holding the fastest lap of the race, getting past our pure GT4. Aston diving out of the way there, but so far 588 car going and getting the best lap time of 2 minute 18.2 by the end of it. They are running in second place, 10 seconds behind first place Adrian Hunowitz, who for Team Shumi Skins was leading the race, got turned around, dropped down into the top, just into 10, and then moved their way back up into first. Interesting to see what the pit stops are looking like, though, because a lot of people are going to be thinking, what is our top running teams doing? Well, so far, first and second have only gone into the pits twice. Sorry, first, second, and third. They've only gone into the pits twice. Where we got our fourth place car that was at one point leading the race. They have pitted 3 times during the course of the race. With an hour and 44 minutes to go, expect them to pit one more time. There'll be 4 pit stops in 4 hours. So, well, in 3 hours. So I do think they're going to stop one more time. They did do a splash dash with a new set of tyres. They spent 32 seconds in the box, much like the rest of their competition. Michael Tomdika, who is running in 5th position, did stop for a little bit longer. He was in the box for 50 seconds. And they are trying to keep going. Lewis Knight of our silver team, our silver division, the Good Smile Racing, currently fighting out there in 6th place, trying to keep ahead of Fernandez, 13 seconds behind, but they are keeping an eye on the 928 car of Kretcher Robert, who is trying to look up to get a bit of time with Low Risk Motorsport, hoping that they can keep chipping away to try and go back for first place in their class. They're getting chased down by Yanturi, but we do see Roman coming out of the pits of Raptor Virtual Racing. That is now a little bit further down the order. They are running in they're third in class. Yanturi is actually running in our pro class. So keep an eye on Roman for the Raptor Virtual Racing, trying to make up some time here. And then we have got for our pro-ams, our AMs. This is Gus Peters running for the Beachburg Racing Dutch. He's running currently down in 13th position, but is first in his class, with second of his class running in 20th position. So way down the order, looking to try and make their way through. Taking a look back though, close battles, Gill onto the back of Guinness and trying to make up some time. Right behind him, the Mustang, hoping to close down on the Racing Story Wizards, looking to write their story in history, lying in 16th position, right behind 4th place at the moment. As they run in tow, trying to get pulled along, they get caught behind one of the GT4s. Everyone's trying to just maneuver their way around, being nice and gentle, but for the Racing Story Wizards, they need to get past as fast as possible, because now suddenly Gill, looking to try and go up on the inside, goes late on the anchors, just not close enough. Was 0.3 of a second going into the braking zone. but it was so close to the back of that McLaren. Was hoping to get past as quick as he can, and yeah, that is it. Formula Jean saying Blake is still in the commentary. Well, that's the one thing. Blake is in the commentary, and he does want to rejoin his team. That's actually, you know what, we're going to ask him live on it. So, Blake, let's see if we can try and bring him up to chat to us. I can invite to speak, but I can't bring him onto the main stage. So we will have to get one of our admins to move him back to his team. So let's see, where's one of our admins that I can quickly go send a message to? Ah, there we go. So, just send a message out to our admin to help move Blake back to his team, because even his team are out there going and asking whether he would like to rejoin in it. So, Blake, I know you can't really move up, and I can't move you up into the commentary booth, as the keys are pretty much locked there, but we have asked the admin if they may move back to where you need to be and rejoin your team that are currently sitting waiting patiently for you. Good to see that you're having a bit of a time out there. Alright, so apparently the team needs to talk to Craig about it. So if one of the team members for the 612 would like to have a chat to Craig, to try and get your driver back to you, that's the person you need to talk to, Craig, in his out in the Discord. So, a couple of things happening out as we do see Fabio Vera of Nubs Racing currently in the dirt, very damaged vehicle. We also do see Zawanda in the number 69 car with a drive-through penalty issued as for track limit succeeded. Ooh, okay. Fabio trying to bring the car back onto the track at 90-degree angle, is limping the car around. You can see actually got a full lock left to try and straighten the car out, to just try and get this thing back to the pits. 4 and 6 having a bit of a rough time out on the circuit there. Just really not having the greatest of races. We actually have to see if we can see roughly where it all went wrong. So this is the 416 car making his way through. Fabio hoping they can gain a bit of time. Heading into turn 1 up Eau Rouge, all looking fine. Loser at the top of the hill. Oh, and into the wall. And limped the car back from Eau Rouge to the pits. Wow, that must have been a long drive. That must have been a seriously long drive back to the pits. But you managed to do it though. Congratulations, well done. And absolutely great stuff. Casper Zawanda though, unfortunately, going to serve the drive-through penalty. Not going to be changing over to his teammates. The Hy-Vee needing to just go and drive through the pits. Not an easy time out there, and we'll be sitting back and going, what do we need to do? How can we get that little bit more climb? And how are we going to move our way back up into the order? So a bit of a rough time out there for a couple of our drivers, suffering a bit of a rough time. Oh, rough time. Say 4 more times, why not? Because that's always a great idea. But unfortunately, not the great thing. So, taking a look at our virtual grandstand. It's always nice to get a bit of insight out there. And Rev Up saying, thanks for the support, Hoban. Did quite a nice stint. 19s for the entire 50 minutes. Also, good consistency. Sadly, had some bad luck, but they're going to still keep on the pace. So, good to see that there's a bit of discussion out there where our drivers are going and chatting to our drivers and also to the teams going and saying, how's it out there? For Jean, if he can't get back, you tell him that he should focus on the race and finish the race. That's from Con. So to Blake Moore, who's currently sitting in the commentary, still going around. Might I add, this chap is going through the absolute wars. You want to talk about it? Not only is he driving at the moment, we're seeing out on track, he is currently sitting, listening to me commentate on the race as, well, going through it all. And he's been informed, he's being informed by his team that can't have comms with us. His team hasn't got comms with him, so they're talking through commentary to pass on the message, because he's sitting here right outside the door, unable to get him through. But saying, this is from Khan. If you can't get back, tell him that he should focus on the race and finish the race. With an hour and 36 minutes to go, Khan has said, get going. You need to try and get this to the end. So maybe if you're going to get into the pits, Blake, you can switch over to get your team in. But I know at the moment that you are on the way. So maybe Khan, which would be a good idea, get hold of Craig to try and get him back to the team. So I can see you guys out there. Maybe it would be an idea. Chat to Craig. Let him know that your driver is stuck here by the commentary side of things, and get him back to to you guys on the way through. So it's going to be a bit of a rough one. Not an easy one. But Blake's going through the walls right now, and he is properly hanging on to a lifeline. And currently the team is a little bit caught out. If you can hear it. Yes, no, you can hear everything. Just to let you know, you can hear this loud and clear. It's being broadcasted loud and clear, rest assured. Even to the point of insanity as it goes side by side with Ferro, who's just left pits. So, you'll see that he's out there. Let's talk about the front pack, though. Let's go and touch on to it, as we do have Oliveira, Rafael, who was out in the grandstand saying, we will fight back early on in the race with a problem. Now, they have definitely stuck by their word and stuck themselves 60 laps later into first place, with Maurice trying to carry it down. So Maurice hoping to get that little bit more, a bit closer. The Growling Sun Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, hoping that it can close up the gap to the Aston Martin AMR V8 that is running in first place. But for the Growling Lions, they have a lot of traffic and a lot of road to go, because they're currently 74.2 seconds behind the leader. So a whole pit stop behind our leader. Rafael needs to keep on going at this moment, because they currently done 2 pit stops. Maurice has done 3. But to touch on the points here, he's not the only one, because Growling Lions have done 3 pit stops, so has Team Shimmy-Stans. They have also done 3 stops to try to make their way up through the order. So while we were relaying orders, I'm actually going to try and put something to bed as Blake Moore pulls into the pits. So he's trying to get himself sorted. Does stop, does get going. Has he exited and rejoined his team? Yes, he has. So Blake Moore has gotten back towards his team. Just want to get confirmation with this, because, right, to the team out there that are watching, tell Blake Moore to flash his lights if he is back with his team. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We must quickly flash the lights, give it a quick flash if possible, to say that he is back with the team on his way through. So Blake Moore trying to drive around. And yep, Jean saying he is back, so that's good to hear. Blake Moore could actually hear everything we were saying during the course of it. A quick flash of the lights there, just alerting us and saying, yep, no, can hear you guys loud and clear. He's on his way out, so good to see it there. And great run forward. So Well done to Mr. Moore. Great stuff. Simon Wilkso going and make his way through. He's having to gain a little bit of time. Runs out wide. Is suddenly getting forced out a bit by our GT3. A quick flash of the light saying, hey, listen, that was a little bit on the close side. That may cost us a bit of time here, so just keep going. Sergey now coming up through the order is trying to make up some time. Our drivers still starting to feel the pressure now, because remember, these teams have been going flat out for 2 hours and 28 minutes of racing, and that does start to take an impact on the drivers. Fatigue starts to kick in. That's something that we need to go and touch on. Sim racing. A lot of people think, oh, well, you're sitting behind a computer. What's so difficult about it? Well, let's put this through your minds, folks, because let's go through the entirety of this. You're sitting behind your rig, whether it be in a full-on frame, whether you've got a table clamped onto your table, and you are on a stand, you're sitting on a couch, whatever it may be, you're holding onto your steering wheel. You also then now trying to drive through. You're starting to feel the force feedback coming through. Now, these steering wheels can vary from 2 Newton meters, which is the equivalent of a toddler trying to give you a handshake, to the likes of 30 Newton meters, which is the equivalent of you trying to hold on and try and push a car that's put into first gear, and now you've got your mate starting to come off the clutch while the engine starts. So it's moving forward, and you've got to push this back. That's about 30 Newton meters of force. It's equivalent to going and having an armor wrestle with your friend. Is roughly about 9 Newton meters of force at best with one of the stronger people. You've got that. Your arms are starting to feel the fatigue. I want you all to do yourself a favor. Grab a 2-liter bottle. Go grab yourself a 2-liter Coke or a Fanta or what it may be, and hold your hand out holding that 2-liter. And hold it for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Do yourself that. Feel it out. And that will tell you a proper run. So hold out that 2-liter bottle for 2 hours. I want to see anyone do that. A complete full 2-liter bottle. I'm not meaning it just air. I mean, fill it up. That's what the arms are starting to feel like. Their legs are pushing up against pedals that can vary from Hall effect sensors to magnetic to even load cell pedals. But quickly touching on to it, Simon Wilkes of Positive Perception Esports. Remember, this is an Audi R8 that started way back in 32nd position, is now in 24th, up 8 positions from where they started, and currently leading their class. It has been a long, hard fight for this little car, and they have kept that positive perception. They kept it going, and positive perception actually in the grandstands going and saying it's been quite a long time to get the car up there, and they do see that David Roth of Pure Bronze gets a drive-through penalty, which means that they are going to stretch that gap even further from 18 seconds. Now, I do want to ask someone from the Positive Perception to come through to the commentary booth. Let's have a chat to you guys, preferably not the driver, because you guys are needing to do that. But we'd love to have a chat with the team, because we'd like to talk about the GT4s. I feel that they get next to no love. Oh, Simon going off, and we do see a Ferrari coming back onto the track after going off. One of the GT3s, a 4.8. Going and landing up into the weeds there, and that was Adrian that actually landed up into the dirt. Rejoins the circuit right in front of Positive Perception, as we do see Dixon Hurst, Beach Bug Racing also coming back onto the track. Really close stuff. And saying that, we do have Mark, who's actually coming to do it, part of the Positive Perception team, so we're going to bring him, invite him up to the commentary box, come and have a chat to us. So, Mark Renneberry, welcome, and wow, what a climb it's been for you guys. 8 positions up from where you started overall, but as a little Audi, the only Audi R8 in the field for the GT4s, you are out there running in first place, and at one point was looking a little bit second-hand with the GT3 cars, not giving you guys much room.
Yeah, there's been a few brown pants moments with the GT3s, but we've just kept plugging. Me and Simon, we purely chose the Audi because no one else does, and it's got an awesome top end on it. And
Well,
we both started with this car, so we thought, yeah, let's do it.
Well, let's talk about the conditions you've gone through, because you guys actually decided to stay out a little bit longer when it started getting a bit rainy out there, a little bit early on in the race. In the first hour and a half, we started seeing that rain. How was it in the GT4 that has low aero, low power, and now suddenly you're including rain in it? You're making a car that is reasonably difficult to drive by itself in conditions that are getting a bit nightmarish.
People are going to hate me for this, but it was fine.
It was fine.
It was absolutely fine. Slick tyres, absolutely fine.
Okay.
You can drive a GT4 on a track until it gets wet on slicks.
Fair enough.
If it goes beyond wet, then you need to pit. But it was only got to damp, so we were fine.
Okay, so just try muscling your way out through it. Now, out there with the GT3s, as a GT4 class, you're duking it out. You're trying to keep within your own race. You've got David Roth that's coming at you, Timo Sen, Marek Dovrik. I mean, we've had a variety of drivers just all mixing around. The McLaren's seemingly well favored for this race. You're trying to have your own fight, and you suddenly got these GT3s looking inside, outside, and trying to get past you guys. What's going through your head in terms of watching out for the competition? What's the discussions you as drivers and teams having to one another about what's happening out on track?
So me and Simon, we just basically keep a good eye around us, what's coming up behind us. We try and keep a bit of an eye on the gaps to the other class runners. But in terms of the GT3s lapping us, we just got to trust them, basically. Trust them to not do a stupid move. There's been a few. We did get taken out at one point by one car, but we carried on, we recovered, we still drove with 12 seconds of damage, and we just kept plugging. That's all you got to do.
Well, I gotta say, it's been a very, very entertaining race. And talk us through Positive Perception Esports. Not a name that most people would go for, but you guys are doing exactly that. You're keeping a positive perception. But take us through the team. You and Simon put together interesting driver combo. You both have been competitors against one another, but just getting to work with one another. Take us through it.
Yeah, so literally I was just looking actually. Positive Perception was founded in 2018. We started as social media, and then lockdown happened. I ended up buying a G920 off a mate and started sim racing. And then liveries happened. That's basically what we're known for. We're known for our custom liveries. The esports team is a fairly recent thing. It's only been the last year or two that we've started doing that. We've got maybe, I think it's 30 drivers on the roster. Currently we've got 2 guys who are over racing at EOS Esports. They're literally doing a 9-hour at Kyle Army at the moment as well.
Well, so they got the easy one, you guys got the hardest one. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they're in the Nissan.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so they properly went and handcuffed themselves here. We do see one of your competitors, the 123 GT4, getting caught out. Simon getting absolutely swamped by a whole lot of GT3s. He's just trying to hold his line at the moment. And
yep, I'm watching that.
I'm going to go side by side, though, into the corner. He's going to have to lift. But for those that are looking for custom liveries, as you guys went and said, you do make custom liveries. For those sim racers looking to really upscale, go and have new liveries put onto their cars, because it's always fantastic to have your own unique look.
Oh, yeah.
Where can they get in contact with you guys?
So we've got our own customer Discord. I won't give you the link because it's really long and boring. You can hop onto our website, positiveperception.co.uk, and get in contact with us there. The guys at HSR Motorsport and I think ERA as well, they should have links kicking around, and we actually do a deal for those guys. We give them a bit of a discount.
So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, and those in between, go and take a look at Positive Perception. If you want to have a unique look, put it out onto your cars. And do you do it for for a set of course competition only, or do you do it for other sims as well?
Nope, so there's 2 of us that actually run the livery side, myself and David Wrestle. David handles the iRacing, I handle the ACC and AC. and we did used to do R Factor, but there's been some issues with that lately. We really hope that LMU is going to do custom livery soon. Can't wait to get stuck into that.
Okay, so guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all those in between, if you're looking for a custom look, whether you're in iRacing, a Assetto Corsa, or Assetto Corsa Competizione, Positive Perception, go and have a chat to them, and make sure that you go and let them know that you're from HSR or ERA. But Mark, any closing words before I let you go? I know you are itching to get back to your driver. Any closing words from your side, considering you guys are leading at the moment, 23 seconds ahead of Timo Sen, who is trying to make up the time. The MVR GT4 Speed McLaren that has been in first place at the start of this race. They've really closed up that gap. Anything in closing, and feel free, you're allowed to challenge your competitors. You're allowed to say thank you.
Yeah, I just want it to rain again, because it's just such a leveler for people. And yeah, we just want to luck out again.
Okay, so we're going to turn the sprinklers on. Oh, as we see Simon.
Please do.
Okay, so Simon got it properly wrong through Aru, so I'm going to leave you to go back to him, because it looks like the pressure's starting to get to him.
I think the tyres are going. We're near the end of his stint now. We've got literally 5 minutes left on his stint. So yeah, I better go back to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Glad to have you. Positive Perception Esports, folks. Definitely one to go and take a look at. And what a absolute awesome one. And also just hearing a newish esports team, but has been around for quite some time, going and making custom liveries and really going and putting on a great show. Unique looks are going on for as a driver that really enjoys custom liveries. Personally, I actually use quite a few for my own racing, just so I have a look. But we do see that Matthew East of Move Motorsport, unfortunately 10 seconds added to his time, and Lucas Ripper going and having, for the Hajax Velocity Racing team, 10 seconds added to their time that will be served during the course of their pit stop. So, lots of things starting to happen, drivers starting to feel it, pit stops starting to come in. As we heard, 5 minutes before our leader of the GT4s will be pulling into the pits, tires starting to wear out, and that is going to bring him back into contention for our McLarens. Yanturi getting a 5-second penalty added onto their time, and then Adrian, oddly enough, running in third place, gets 5 seconds added to his time as well. So the Shimmy Skins, unfortunately, getting a 5-second penalty on their Ferrari. We also see Daniel Shawetsky, who is for the P1 Racing team. This is the number 1 car, has been through the walls for the P1 Racing. Unfortunately, they're also getting a 10-second penalty added on to their time, so that's just going to stretch things out a little bit. Becomes a little bit more problematic, and our drivers having to just try and figure out what are they going to do, how are they going to close up this gap. And with 1 hour and 18 minutes remaining of this race, it is still all about who's going to push that bar that little bit further, who's got a little bit more running in their tank. Because I do think now that we're getting to the closing stage of this race, the final pit stops are going to happen. As we see, Simon is into the pits, and that is going to allow Timo Sen of MVR GT4 Speed to make their way through. Simon will pull into the pits. That will make 4 pit stops for our GT4, and that will be the final pit stop for them. I put my hand on the wooden table right now, and I can say that would be the final pit stop. Mark will be looking at that steering wheel saying, right, I'm going to go for it. As you see, Repair getting a drive-through penalty, and that is going to be for track limits exceeded. Marek Dovidik going and getting past, as well as we're starting to see the GT4 is actually one of the closest, because the top 3 are all on the same lap. David Roth, unfortunately, who is a bit far back for the Pure Bronze team, trying to make up some time, will be trying to get that lap back. They will be trying to close up. The Pure Bronze has been fighting out. David has been in the car for a lot of the time. Our top 3 in our GT3s also all on the same lap, with Rafael Oliveira is out in first, with Maurice running in second place. And then we had Adrian running in third, but he's got that 5-second penalty added to his time. So if he's going into the box for 30 seconds, it's going to be 35 seconds. That's going to be a lot to overcome towards the end of this race. So he's hoping to gain that little bit of time at the moment, trying to get past a couple of our GT4s, and that was the LP. He's going and launching his way past, trying to just carry the momentum through at this point. So all the drivers hoping that they can switch things up, switching up a gear, try to move forward. Lots and lots of chatter coming in, and this actually comes from our stewarding going and chatting to us. I love it, because Darius is our steward, well, one of our stewards, going and saying that 551 and 157 causing collision with a blue flag. Lap 36 T18 going and found that no incident. It's fine. That's it. No problem. No penalties needed for that. Number 86, though, not as lucky, as the 86 car will be suffering a 10-second penalty. Now got to add now for an unsafe rejoin. The 155 car will also be landing up with a 5-second penalty. Contact with lower class car hitting into the back of a GT4. 33 going and landing up with a penalty as well, and that would be for excessive. That will be dive bombing, and lap 36 and landed up with a 5-second. 33 also got excessive blocking while blue flagged as well. So Lucas Repair not only got a dive bombing and got 5 seconds, then got another 15 seconds for excessive blocking while blue flagged. Not a great cause there, and is serving a drive-through penalty as well. So unfortunately for the Hijacks Velocity Racing team, it's been a night to forget. The 413 getting a penalty, and that was for causing a collision. Lap 45, turn 17, it was seen as a racing incident, not a penalty. So that comes in. 38 causing collision, and number 1 getting a causing collision. So 38 getting 5 seconds, and the number 1 getting 10 seconds. As we do see Repairer coming out of the pits, but you would note that he served his drive-through penalty, but not his time penalty. That will have to be done on the pit stop. You cannot serve your drive-through penalty and your time penalty together. So unfortunately, it does land up with doubling up the efforts. Oh, as we do see the number 98 car trying to keep it all together, suddenly has a Mustang all over the back. And Rafael, who is trying to make his way up through the order, just goes taking it a bit slow. Adrian, on the other hand, full swing right the way through, landing up, trying to get past as quick as he can. The 673 car getting a penalty that's just come up as well. And that is going to hurt properly on the way through. But I mean, our drivers are really hammering it out for the last little bit. They're trying to get that little bit up through the order. And that is our Guinness Preveris, who racing Stories Wizards, unfortunately, getting a dive bomb plus forcing off track while blue flagged. Gets a 10-second penalty. So that is where the penalties are coming out, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're starting to see these changes coming through, and drivers getting a bit more worn out on the way through. Daniel Oliveira, unfortunately, off into the weeds and getting it wrong through No Name. And now has to try and bring it back. That BMW looking a little bit second-hand at this point, trying to make his way through. We did have a change of drivers, and we did have a chat to Mark earlier on from Positive Perception. He has just climbed into the car, so he managed to have a chat to us before he climbed into the car. The second of our drivers that we got to interview during the course of this race. Absolutely love it. Marek Dovinik going and running in 25th, and Timo Sen currently running in 24th position, trying to get a little bit more of a climb up through the order here. That's our 4-hour Spa, proudly brought to you by the HSR, the DSGR, and ERA. So always fantastic to have our drivers going and having a bit of fun. It's always fantastic to have a chat to you all being out here, and a big welcome to all our spectators. If you just joined us, from across the globe, or for those that have been sitting in our grandstands. Lovely to have you all. It's glad to see everyone enjoying the show, enjoying the racing as it goes on. It's been a wild stuff, but I highly do recommend that you go over to our pit wall that is in the description. It is our live timing, so you can keep track of your favorite drivers and your favorite teams. Actually, you know what? We're going to do one better right now. I want to see everyone that is out there in the virtual grandstands. Let us know. Who's the teams you're supporting? Who's the teams that you're going for? Who do you think is going to get the climb? As we do see Oliveira ahead for our GT3s, but it is going to be a close fight going down the order. And who's going to win the GT4s? Who's going to win the GT3s for our different classes? Our Pro, our Silver, our AM, and our GT4s. I want to see you guys all going and having a chat there. Let us know. Get that feedback. Get that support in. Because we have currently got Jim Fox running 1.3 seconds behind Christoph Karasev, who is doing everything he can. Chris Barrett pushing, trying to make up a little bit of a climb as they get their way up through the order. Jim Fox trying to get onto the back of him, will be giving it everything. He's got the HSR Esports Academy, the 995 BMW M4 GT4 has got the drive. Kisper dropping a wheel on the dirt, stuck on the outside, suddenly having Jim Fox up on the inside, gets a pass done. The 992 Porsche trying to come back at him, doing a bit of a swing to just try and bring it back through Blanchemont, gets a little bit unsteady, touching the curb, had to do a little bit of correction there to try and bring that car back towards the line. So definitely a proper fight. I am seeing a bit of support going out by Rickett for the HSR team, who has Jim Fox pulling into the pits. So good to see the support out there. Blake Moore currently up one position from when we had a chat to him. He's up into 37. Unfortunately, another retirement has dropped in, but they were up to 37th position. A team that's in, we're not going to quit. We're going to keep going. Always great to see it. Our drivers moving their way up through the order, having to really find it out. And we're starting to see those dogfights happening right through. The teams giving it everything that they got. The drivers giving it everything they got. It is getting wild out there. The penalties are rolling in. The drivers are feeling fatigued. They're getting worn out. The buildup of lactic acid in the legs and in the ankles starting to show. Daniel trying to make his way through. Got a bit of damage to the front end of that BMW, the number 68, going and having a bit of a problem. Let's actually go back to the incident, because we can see the exact incident that it came to, and that was just getting ahead of one of our GT4s into bus stop. Tries to get it all together, and oh, there's a contact. Unfortunately, one of our McLarens just getting slightly nicked there. And a bit of a rejoin trying to get back out onto track. Not a great time for Daniel of Defender, as they try to keep that car going no matter what at this point. They have been up and down through the order. We do see one of the cars, that's Blake Moore, who completely missed the bus stop. And let's actually go and take a look at how that all happened, because we're going to go to the helicam. Watch how just missing your braking marker by 1 or 2 meters can mean that the corner is completely gone for you. Runs out wide, stops, waits for the cars to come by, doesn't want to get driving onto the apex. It's going to allow the cars just to sort of bring themselves back towards it, being a little bit more predictable. He is stopped on the track and gets it all fired up over the sausage curb, goes and damages the underside of that car, but is able to get going once again and steps on the gas once more. So Blake Moore trying to bring himself back, overtaking one of our BMWs, and now just trying to keep it all going. I think that might have been Jim Fox. Yes, it was Jim Fox, who is now out the car, and is Riley Pinelli into the car for the HSR Esports Academy 995, car number 995. Riley, who will be serving a drive-through penalty, just climbed into the car, ready to go. Hit the pit limiter a little bit too early, turning it off, and drive-through penalty locked in. Welcome to it. I mean, this is a proper run. So, Deco going and saying that you can actually give a little bit more of an insight what's happening with Blake Moore's car, and that is because the sim itself keeps freezing. So he brings the car to a stop, lets the game or the sim unfreeze, and he's able to see once again. He can hear the sights and sounds, but not wanting to give up, not wanting to stop that car. He's going to try and get it across the line, and I've got to say, huge respect goes out to the team and goes out to the driver, because the frustration that must be going in must be immense. It is entirely on a different level, but they're still going at it. They're still trying to push on, and I've got to take my hats off. You've got to give credit where credit's due. When there is drivers not backing down from the fight, they're going to keep pushing that little bit more, up through the order. They want to see the end, and I mean, they have done that. They've made a position from being way down, and will be trying to gain that little bit of time. So 37th position, they were in 38 when we had a chat, and it's still trying to keep up that climb. Good to see it out there. Mary coming out of the pits, and we do see that is Ambrose now trying to get onto the drive. The Palinka Power looking to carry the momentum through the order, now in 13th position. But our drivers starting to get into those final stages of a race, though, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in 5 minutes and 35 seconds time, we will say we are now at the top of the hour. For anyone that hasn't been in the radio game or in the streaming or any of that, top of the hour means that we've hit the hour mark. We are exactly at the hour, and that would be 3 hours into this 4-hour race completed by our drivers, by our teams, by everyone out there pushing themselves. So whatever pit stops are done now would be the final pit stops of the race. And for Rafael at the moment, who is only done 2 pit stops, so the team of RNE PT have yet to do another pit stop. Growling Lion has done 3 pit stops. We do expect possibly to come in for another one. They were stopped to the box for some time, but they've done 3 pit stops. Majority of the GT3s have done about 3 pit stops. There has been the odd ones that have done more. Actually, the top of everyone that's done the most pit stops has been the stop go 30 penalty and the pit stops with damage has to go out to the defender team. They have been through the walls. They've gone through the pits 6 times thus far. So not a great running for them, but they are trying to keep that car going. And honestly, I have to take my hats off to them. As we do see the Racing Stories Wizards into the pits, they dropping down the order. Dixon Hurst of the Beachburg Racing Dutch team trying to continue on their path. They're running in 16th position at the moment, just clawing their way through, figuring out how it's all going to go and where are they going to get themselves to the end. Interesting enough to see that Mark Reneberry, we just got a drive-through for driver stint. He is nowhere near the time. Can we get this cleared? So Mark Reneberry went and had a chat with the likes of our stewards, who landed up with a bit of a problem. So they got that sorted out. And he just got going reporting there's been a couple of big problems that have gone through, and that's been backed up by the Beachbug Racing Dutch team, saying that there has been a difficult time out there, but they are still going to push through. All the drivers reporting some problems out on track as the conditions are starting to change. It is 18 degrees. It is a very cold circuit. The drivers are trying to push through some very tough ones. Remember, it did get a bit rainy out there. There was a bit of a problem, but the drivers now trying to make their way through it. They're into the final late stages of the race. So far, fastest lap time of the race was set by the Growling Lions. That is yet to be beaten, the 218.285. There has been close ones, and Adrian was one of them who actually managed to get a 218.147. But, and there was a big one to this, he did get it off track, so it was an invalidated time. So despite it being the fastest, it was invalidated. Lap did not count. Raceful position though, as we see Roman Bobo going after Andy Watson of TSR, trying to deal with the Raptor Virtual Racing, coming after him at a rate of knots. TSR team will be keeping an eye on it, and I do know the TSR League is, they run iRacing much like what we see in the HSR, much like we see with DSGR and also ERA. They run ACC and they run the likes of iRacing. Always fantastic to have multi-sim communities where guys can have a bit of fun, but we did have a bit of a lag spike, I would say, because there's Roman, but where did our TSR racing go? Roman's there, Michael Jamaica is around there. Did we just lose a driver? I think we may have. Blake Moore, unfortunately, he was turned around. That was through bus stop. He's trying to get himself going and is stuck on the outside. We see just trying to get that car twisted. Daniel of P1 Racing, oh man, lost it through Blanchemont, and right before going and getting caught to the wall there, had to wait for the drivers to get by. So let's actually take a look and see what happened, because that's a bit of a peculiar place to come off. Oh, it just had the rear snap out, up against the wall, rotates back. I want to say bravo to the driver for not hooking a reverse and just pulling himself back onto track. He's actually going and waiting patiently for the field to go, waits for the all clear to then rejoin and get going. A little bit of a slow go, but I've got to say well done, because it's very, very tempting as a driver when you get something wrong and you off it to the wall. You want to hook it back into gear. You want to try and get yourself up and going as quick as possible, not to lose out any time. As we do see Chris Weir going off track. Matthew East starting to catch up to Daniela, and East will have to serve a drive-through penalty, so Moo Motorsport is not out of the woodwork just as yet. Does move out of the way for one of our racing wizards. And Daniela of P1 Racing chugging off, hoping to just keep it going, flying in 33rd position, open up 2.6 positions over Moo Motorsport, and will continue on the drive. Roman onto the back of Andy Watson, now trying to curve their way around, caught behind one of the GT4s. Roman tries to get past, looks up on the inside, going to be a late lunge, gets into the door of our Camaro. And once again, the Camaro unfortunately will naturally understeer on the way through. And Roman going and battling it out there, did lose out a bit of time. I mean, there's not much that can be done as a GT4, like our drivers are trying to make their way through, but there's nothing that you can do. You get caught behind, and unfortunately these cars naturally understeer, so anyone going around the outside is taking their life into their own hands there, as we see Andy going over the hill, losing out a little bit of time, trying to bring it all back. Roman doing everything he can. I think I've actually seen Andy once before. He raced in the Motorsport UK Championship and has done quite well along the TSR team. And now we see Roman up on the inside, goes for the overtake, having the dinosaur on the side of his car. Not happy, not too worried about that, and not happy with losing so much time. Does get the pass done, runs a little bit wide. Andy trying to get onto the back of him, will give it everything he's got. The TSR one team hoping to just gain that position back in the long run here. 0.8 of a second losing onto the back of that, onto the back of the Raptor Racing. The Raptor Virtual Racing now starting to stretch that gap, so he's starting to open it up. Remember, they're in different classes, and that's something I want to reiterate at this point, because we now passed the top of the hour, past the 3-hour mark. We've got 58 minutes left of the race, and let's go through our running order, and let's also talk about the classes, because at the moment the RNEPT is currently leading out the overall and the pro side, with the likes of Growling Reliance in second place for our pros. Third is Team Shuby Skins. They are running third in our pros and third overall with the 38 car. Got a 5-second penalty, and that's going to bring them a little bit closer to Wilson Fernandez of Vulcan Racing. And ending up at our top 5 will be the first of our silvers, and that is our Pro-Am class. This is currently the likes of Low Risk Motorsport. well, they have been running low risk all towards the race and really keeping it consistent. They will have Roman 23 seconds behind of Raptor Virtual Racing, trying to close down on him, but not without too much of a fight. The TSR1, Andy Weston, hoping to close up that gap. He's running at 7th at the moment with the team, and they're getting chased down by HsRxERaxDSGR, lying in 8th place. The 404 car, Lamborghini, that has been through the walls. Lewis Knight trying to make up some time. He's running in 9th place for Good Smile Racing. And then we have got the Oscar Klintner team running in the top 10 with a 5-second penalty. Blinker Power running in 11th. There's Sergey Biller, who is running in the Evo team in 12th. With the Silver and ACT team, Gil trying to keep up the momentum at the moment. Carl Wardsman trying to make up some time. He's in 14th position for the HSR Esports Aston Academy. HRT chasing down in 15th. Dixon Hurst of Beachbug Racing Dutch trying to make up that time. Racing Story Wizards in 17th position, followed by the TSR1 of Simon Doyle. Then we have got the P1 Racing, the number 1 car, second of our amps, because we have got Dixon Hurst, who's leading out our amp class. This is second of our amp class, trying to make their way through. 20th position at the moment is the XD Porsche number 98. Defender running in 21st, followed by our HSR Esports Academy running in 22nd. 23rd is the LGK car. And then first of our GT4s is the MVR GT4 Speed. They're getting chased down by the DGSR Aston Martin as they hammer their way through. Then we got Mark Redberry of Positive Perception Esport. They're running in 3rd place of our GT4s. Pure Bronze trying to chase him down of David Roth, along with Matt Gale of the DGSR Camaro. Then a little bit further down, Jim Lambert was at one point the team right at the top, leading out the GT4s. They have come down the order, trying to keep ahead of Robert Volt of RRH. Then going a little bit further down, stop go 30-second penalty coming for High V. They're running in 31st position, being chased down by P1 Racing, the number 2 car, running in 32nd. That east of Boom Motorsport into the pits is now going to have BS Motorsport, one of our GT4s, making up some time. They are pulling along Lucas Rapella, running in 35th of the Hijacks Velocity Racing team. Running in 36th position is Nubs Racing, as they try and carry on the momentum, and running in 37th at the moment. Here's the Sumo GP of Blake Ball. So a couple of drivers doing this solo, and a couple of drivers trying to keep it all together, teaming up with their friends as they power through this 4-hour endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps, as this is a team up between not only the likes of ERA, the DSGR, and also the likes of our HSR. I mean, it's been a proper run. DGSR, ERA, HSR collaboration leagues coming together to put on a fantastic show, bringing their communities into a great great race like this in terms of long endurance formats. But this isn't the first that has been done. Many more have been done, from varying from 4 hours to 9 hours, and even there was whisper in the wind of, let's do a 24-hour of NERBs again. Well, it's been a call by the drivers saying, let's do it, let's make it happen. Well, we may actually have it in the future. A couple of cars pulling into the pits. Wilson Fernandez going to be pulling into the pits. And then we've got Kisha Roberts has done their final stop. So Low Risk Motorsport not due to go back into the pits. The TSR1 looking to carry on. They will be doing their final pit stop. So interesting to see, as our RNE PT has only done 2 stops at current. We do see Andy Weston going and getting a stop go 30-second penalty. That is for getting off the pit limits and speeding a little bit too quickly, and unfortunately will be suffering with that one. He needs to stop again. That will make it 5 times they've been into the pits. Wilson Fernandez trying to get out and get going, will be looking to try and travel up the momentum. But where on earth this Aston Martin has got the fuel to be able to only go 2 stops at the moment, but carrying a bit of time. 52 minutes left of this race. That means that engine mapping was swapped way down to just try and limit. A lot of lifting and coasting needed there. A lot of thought coming in from the team, having to try and just stretch that tank a little bit longer than usual. Gotta say, interesting stops being had by our drivers who are trying to make their way through and see how long they can go. I mean, if we take a look at our GT4s, let's go to the likes of our MVR GT4 Speed, Timo Sen at the moment. They've done 3 pit stops, and so has second place of the GT4s. They've done 3 pit stops. Mark Redberry has of Positive Perception Esports. They've done 4 pit stops, and that also makes sense with McDowell running in 28th position. David Ruth needing to also do 1 more pit stop. They've done 3 pit stops, so I do expect our GT4s to do 4 pit stops. Originally, I thought that our GT3s would be doing 4 pit stops, but I'm starting to think that that's not the case at the moment, because the only one that has done 4 pit stops that's just out of the top 5 is our Mustang over here of Renato Danelis, but they were also stopped in the box for 36.8 seconds, so that was a tire swap and fuel. Maybe a bit of repair work as they go side by side with one of our little BMWs. They've done 4 stops, so unless everyone's able to stretch their takes out a little bit further and they're going to pit in the next 10 minutes or so, we do see Oliveira pulling into the pit, so 3 stops seem to be the case as our GT3 AMG trying to make up some time. So Growling Lions looking to try and usurp the leader at this point, will be looking to go. But will the likes of Oliveira be taking a full tank of fuel? That is the question that we're going to have to be asking ourselves right now, because we do know that Maurice did take a full tank of fuel and a swap of tires, so they got themselves completely sorted to run to the end. Roman pulling into the pits, so that is going to be the 4th stop for the Raptor Virtual Racing as they get into the pit lane. So they're going to go that a little bit more and see where it goes. But Maurice, who's still coming up to bus stop, there's Oliver going up through our pit lane, eventually stopping into the box. Will he be swapping over? We do see Maurice coming into the pit, so this is going to be stop number 4. So they're going to go in a little bit longer, but for some odd reason, Rafael was able to stretch that tank properly over the likes of Maurice at the moment, who is now, for the Growling Lions, pulling into the pits. And we do see Adrian, though, he's going to keep going. So Team Shumi Skins has got a 5-second added onto their time, is going to stretch that gap a little bit further, going to jump and usurp both drivers and both teams at this point, because Oliveira's just rolling now, and here comes our Ferrari up into first place. So he's gained that time. He's got to now open up that gap, plus put 5 seconds on the rest of the competition to ensure when that penalty comes in, he's not going to get hammered. So this is going to be a proper climb up through the order. Rafael now coming out of the pits. We'll have Maurice trying to gain that little bit of time as well. Michael Topanica is trying to make his way through, unfortunately, way too far back than the rest of his competition. He's actually a lap down on our top 3 and trying to make up some time at this point as he carves up. He's getting chased down by Renato Danelis, who just, you can see the Mustang coming into shot, lying 2.6 seconds behind the Lamborghini. So interesting times indeed, folks, as this is going to be a wild one. Roman coming out of the pits is just going to pop ahead, 5 seconds ahead of Jordan Mailer, but remember, he's going to warm up his tires. Jordan Mailer, on the other hand, has to stop go 30-second penalty. That is going to hamper his time. Doesn't mean that he has to make Roman's life any easier on the run. So Roman's going to have to push a little bit harder to try and claw back some of the time. We do see the Growling Lion coming out of the pit as that AMG now needs to get onto the power and try and catch up to Fabio Soares of the RNEPT, who's just taken over from Oliveira. I gotta say, wow, what a stretch in fuel it was for the Aston Martin. and I'd actually love to have a chat to the driver of the RNE PT just to get a bit of an understanding of what was accomplished there, getting an entire pit stop over the likes of the AMG and having to stretch that time out. I mean, that was some serious pace that was coming out of the car, but at the same time managing to just save so much fuel. Close running position, Cole Warburton over the back of Emery, so Emery having to really try and stretch out the gap now. Does outbrake into the bus stop chicane, gets it out of shape. Cole getting right into the door there, seeing whether he could get by, having to really come off the power and having to just wait it out at this point on the way through. Emery now gaining a position as we see Gyle into the pits, and now Cole will be looking to try and gain that little bit of time. Lost a little bit into the hairpin, 1.3 seconds, and was originally way onto the back, and unfortunately outbraked himself into the hairpin, threw him down the order as they make their way through. So interesting times indeed, folks. This is going to be a wild run to the end. And Rafael saying happy to talk. Well, Rafael, please come to the commentary box in the Discord. I'd love to have a chat with you. So if you head up to the comms booth in the HsRxERAxDSGR, I'd love to have a chat to you, because what you managed to accomplish there is what many teams are scratching their heads and going and saying, well, let's see what's going to happen. So while we wait for our guest to arrive, after climbing out of the car, which was just incredible running, he's going to be keeping an eye very closely on his teammate in the 5AA car, trying to push their way through, get a little bit more time. They have to gain quite a bit of time, 20 seconds behind Adrian at the moment, who is running similar in terms of pit stops. They both have done 3 stops in the long run here. Maurice, who's running in 3rd place, has done 4 stops. So that's where the question comes in. Where was that extra pit stop gone and found? As we do see the Moo Motorsport moving out of the way. Adrian, part of the team, Shooby Skins, trying to get that little bit of time. Remember, this Ferrari at the start of the race was lying in 1st place, was the top team to go and keep an eye out on. They are now down the order. They were down the order, out of the top 10, and fought their way back. They still got that 5-second penalty on top of them, and that is where it's going to hurt. We'll have to see how that works out. Febersaurs, though, going to be trying to gain that little bit of time, hoping to get back onto the climb, as we do have our guest join in. Rafael coming to have a chat to us. We're going to invite him to come and have a chat up to the stage. Mr. Oliveira, welcome to the commentary box. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Thank you.
First thing I got to ask,
Thank you very much.
where did you find the fuel saving? You are an entire pit stop ahead of the Growling Lions, and yet you were putting in those quick lap times. What were you doing differently to the competition?
We just have a bang on the strategy. When a lot of people pit for wets, we decide to stay out on dries. We just stay out on the dries, and then everybody had to pit up again for dries again, and then we just win a pit stop.
Okay, so
yeah,
you made it up with taking the gamble to stay on slick tires in the conditions. How was the car
Correct.
with that? Because we heard the GT4s found it a little bit easier, but for the GT3s, you can't put the power down without it absolutely hurting.
yeah, we just have to babysit the tires, obviously, because they were quite under pressure as well. Obviously, we saw the Mercedes. He had a bit of more pace than us. He was on the same strategy than us, but they were on newer tires, so they were doing faster laps because they had a little bit more grip, and we are on the older tires. So yeah, it was really good on the strategy call. Unfortunately, on lap 1 we had a spin because we were on P3 and dropped all the way down the field. So yeah, with that pit strategy, we gained a lot. So that's what saved us the race.
Well, let's take a look at back at the start of the race. You guys started in 3rd, you got on the climb, and you stayed within it. It was a top 3 battle, but you were hanging at the back behind Adrian. You saw the fights that were going on. Renato in the Mustang also trying to get onto it. We saw the contact between the Mustang and the Ferrari. You guys seem to have capitalized on that. You got past and then carried on the race. Was there a concern that the fight may end up a little bit ugly and you guys getting involved in it, or was it just lift off the gas a little bit, think about the long race in this, or what was going through your guys' head at the start of the race?
We just decided to keep it tidy, you know, stay behind them, stay on the pace, and then decide not to lose time to the cars behind, and then just stick on the train and, yeah, gain as much time as we can, staying on with the guys at the front. They had a quite good pace as well, so, yeah.
Well, it looks like you and Fabio have got quite a good working relationship with one another. How long have you been racing as a team with one another? We could always talk about how long you've been a competitor, but how long have you actually been teamed up with one another?
Say about a year now. I haven't done many races with Fabio yet, officially, but yeah, we get on with each other. We understand each other. Obviously, both being Portuguese is easy to communicate and everything else. So yeah, we on the same plan, and yeah, all works well for us, I guess. So
when did you start sim racing? I've got to ask that question because you've been racing with Fabio for a year. So I'm going to take a guess here, about 4 years. You started in 2020, or was it prior to that?
No, I started about a year and a half, actually.
A year and a half ago. Okay, and did you ever think that you're going to be fighting out against some of the best in the world in 3 different communities, joining up in a 4-hour with 40 minutes to go, and you're on the chance to go and win this 4 hours of Spa with your teammate?
Well, you know, you have to keep your head down and, you know, keep working to get better. But obviously, the race is going our way. Obviously, it makes us happy. And yeah, keep working for the next races and trying to get them better.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And it's always fantastic to have a chat to you and getting to chat to all the different drivers. But I'm going to let you address our petrol heads out there, because there's been quite a bit of support for all the different teams. We've been keeping an eye on the Aston Martin, the 5AA car, and getting to see how you guys worked it out. But we're going to leave the floor to you to address our petrol heads out there, all our partners, all the leagues that are working to one another, and also for the competition. You can add a bit of spice. I mean, come on, we're all petrol heads here. We do like to rev each other's engines a little bit. But you also, I'm going to leave the floor to you, Rafael, before I let you go back to rejoin your teammates with 39 minutes to go and a win possibly on the cards with 16.3 seconds behind our current leaders.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I like that. Simple, straight to the point, onto it. Well, good luck, Rafael. Absolutely fantastic to have a chat to you. Please tell Fabio good luck, and we can't wait to have a chat to you guys by the end of this race. Hopefully taking that top spot, but it looks like you got some stiff competition coming in from our Ferrari 488 of Team Shumi Skins and the Growling Lions coming at you with everything they got for the last 38 minutes of this race. And I'm sure you're not climbing back into the car after your stint.
No, so obviously this is going to be the last stint. We got a bit less fuel now, so we're going to be able to push a little bit more. I think the Ferrari in front of us still needs to stop, so we should be clear.
All right, well,
and
good luck.
Also a 5-second penalty. Thank you very much.
Good luck. It's always fantastic, and good to have a chat to everyone from around the world. Rafael going and giving us a bit of an insight with the racing. Absolutely great to have a chat to it. But let's talk about our racing at hand, because we got so many permutations happening right now for the remainder of this race. We have got Team Shumi Skins currently out in first. We have got RNEPT going and chasing him down in second place. We've got the Growling Lion in third place, but fourth place is Vulcan Racing, who managed to get the fastest lap of the race with a 2:17.5 as their fastest lap time, with our Growling Lion actually getting very close to them at 2:17.662. So the AMG getting close to the Mustang in fastest lap time. On the way through, we started to see a couple of mistakes being made. Actually, the 33 car, and that is, oh no, that is our Hijack's Velocity Racing team. The BMW are getting off into the weeds once again, now trying to just keep going at this point. But so much is happening out on the track, so many different things. Everyone pulling into the pits now will be the final pit stops for the race. We do see Tony Driscoll of LJK is now into the pits. They are stopped and ready to go. Blake Moore up into 36th position. They are on the climb. The Moo Motorsports Bentley off into the weeds. Start trying to rejoin after losing out through Blanchemont right before our bus stop chicane. I think touching the dirt there. Got a driver rotated off into the dirt. And now going and taking a look. Castro going and saying that what a great time out there. Go, go, go to Fabio and Oliveira on their run. So always great to see that. The crowd getting involved, and Roy Castro going and saying good luck to them. We do see yellow flags for Blake Moore, unfortunately stopped once again onto the sidelines. And I do think this may be from, he's been having those sim stutters that's been slowing up. We do see the 33 also rejoining after having a bit of a problem. So our 33 getting a caught out there. Our number 88 got landed up in an accident. So lots of things going on. Miguel going and saying good luck and keep going to our 588 car on the chase. So it does look like the Portuguese are starting to come up in full force and saying, time to go racing, boys. It's time to push it to the top. And we want to see you guys do that. Great stuff. But I do think that the Growling Lions are going to have a huge amount of support coming out for them. We will have the Shumi Skins giving out some support. And we cannot count out the Mustang of Renata Dollars of Vulcan Racing all the way out from Brazil, trying to also get their climb. There is so many things that can happen, folks. HsRxERaxDSGR 404 is still in the mix as well. They are 9.3 seconds behind the Mustang. They are chasing down, doing everything they can. Lewis Knight is into the pits for Good Smile Racing. He's been constantly communicating with the teams and saying, come on guys, let's do what we can. Yeah, Low Risk Motorsports is on the charge, trying to make their way through the order. But let's go down to our GT4s, because it's also, it was something we got to talk about. The MVR GT4 Speed currently leading out the pack with DGSR. Aston Martin, who was part of an earlier accident. Might I remind you, this car was properly second-hand at the start of the race. Needing to get into the pits with some major repair work to be done, but has still continued out, having a great run. They are getting chased down by Positive Perception Esports, really on that charge, trying to get back into that top spot. They are currently on the third step of the podium. They want to be a little bit higher. We do see the likes of Ultimate Heitman of Hy-V trying to make up some time to Robert Volt. Our LP on the climb. 2 Alpines are in the race. I do want to go to our Alpines. I do apologize. 2 Alpines are currently in the race. Yeah, great to see the little cars getting a bit of support out there. Hijack got 15 seconds added to his time, and that will have to be served either in the pit stop or at the end of the race, and that's going to go and swap things out quite a bit. So lots and lots of final pit stops being done, as we do see Gobertech of Low Risk Motorsport. They are currently leading out the Silvers, which is our Pro-Am's Raptor Motorsport, Raptor Virtual Racing, I do apologize, is running second place of our Silvers, with the likes of Palenka Power now getting past, trying to make their way around Good Smile Racing, who's running in third in class. So don't count out Lewis Knight at the moment. Good Smile running third in his class, hoping to claw his way back. Gus Peters leading out our AM division at the moment for the Beachburg Racing Dutch, as they make their way up through the order. Vladislav Bunkov of P1 Racing running second of our AM class and trying to keep up that fight. 2 AM drivers, or 2 AM teams currently in that top 20, and our drivers hoping that they can just push themselves that little bit more at the moment. Blake Moore, who is up and going, trying to chase down our drivers, trying to move his way through, has got Adrian Morad, who is running running fourth of our AM drivers, because it's actually Daniela Chokonov who is running third of our AMs for the P1 Racing. So far P1 Racing running second and third at the moment in their class, trying to keep up the momentum, and the drivers starting to feel that little bit of wear and tear starting to get more and more, folks, because we are now onto the end stages as we see Oliver down, Daniel trying to turn that car around, lost it through the bus stop, and running in 19th position will all of a sudden now losing out that little bit of time, needs to get back into the swing of things. I do think a bit of damage on the car is starting to creep in and start becoming a little bit more of a problem. Our stewards have been working and taking a look at it. 673 dive bomb plus forcing off track while blue flagged, got a penalty of 10 seconds, so that did not help out the 673 car. And that was this car, the Racing Stories Wizards, got that 10-second penalty. Number 28 also received a penalty for causing a collision and giving back the position, though. It was noted the number 28 car did cause a collision, did say sorry, and did give it the position back. And that landed up with a reduced penalty, got 5 seconds. And then the number 33 getting a penalty added to them for causing a collision of lower class cars. So there is a couple of guys that landed up with a few problems, as we do see the likes of Adrian House trying to keep going. They have completed their final pit stop, done 4 stops at this point, and have gotten rid of that 5-second penalty. They're down into third, so that allows our Portuguese team of the RNE PT to be out at the top, along with Growling Lions all the way out from Germany chasing him down. And then we have got our UK going and finding out Team Shimmy Skins going after them, giving everything he can. Gus Peters getting a penalty of 10 seconds added onto his time, and that is for causing a collision with a lower class car, trying to make up that little bit of time. Unfortunately, is going to impact how their race is going to go. So just want to point out, though, Fabio has broken away from the Growling Lions at the moment. They are 59 seconds back. But Growling Lions has to watch their mirrors very, very carefully, because Team Shimmy Skins is 27 seconds behind them, trying to make up that little bit of time, and slowly but surely going and knocking at the door. But another close battle that's starting to form, that I don't think has been on the radar too much. Gil Sivan, who has been racing from the start of this race. He has been in the car for roughly 3 hours and 30 minutes at the moment, is chasing down 2 seconds behind Carl Warburton of the HsRxERaxDSGR Aston Martin. And we do see them in the same shot. That white Mustang is 2.1 seconds behind 13th position. Carl, who needs to really hammer on the gas now, will be having a really, really big problem from an American car that he does not want to be anywhere near of. David Roth now moving out of the way, trying to keep his nose clean at the moment, not wanting to get caught out, as our drivers really giving it everything they got. And Alberton caught up behind one of the GT4s on the climb. So was Gil. They both got caught up there, both having a bit of a trade-off. But now our leaders starting to come through, as we do see the big Ferrari of Adrian starting to carve his way through, actually getting past Gil, who comes off the power to allow him to go by, does get swallowed up with the rest of the field. And now that does play into the hands as our drivers make their way through. Carl trying to make up some time, Renato trying to make up some time, and Ambrose Mary, who is now onto the back of fellow Mustang drivers. So 8th position onto the back of our Mustang, and now trying to make up some time of Gil, who's lying in 14th. So if it does show you, Gil is in 14th position, gets a quick flash of the lights from Ambrose of Palinka Power, I do apologize, trying to get his way up through the order. They 36 seconds behind Roman Bobber of Raptor Virtual Racing in their Ferrari 296. That's the 488 Ferrari. I do apologize. It's 488 Evo Ferrari. I've been commentating for 3 hours and 30 minutes, I'm still getting the different Ferraris wrong. As Riley gets it just as wrong, keeps it out of the wall, but the HSR Esports Academy team, unfortunately, getting it pointing in the wrong directions at this point. And we are getting a bit of information as well from a couple of drivers, Formula Jean, going and saying 30 minutes until the end, and that is actually from Khan, who is racing with Blake Ball, because he's saying 30 minutes, they are counting down the time, and Daniel Richardson of the T1SR, Team 2, got disconnected, and unfortunately they really down the order trying to make their way through. So for the T1SR, they have been on the proper climb. Daniel, I would absolutely love to have a chat with you guys, as we do see Vladislav Berkhanov battling out with Toro, who is coming at him tooth and nail. The Porsche getting the straight line. Vladislav, unfortunately for P1 Racing, will be dropping down. They are running second in class though, so they don't have to fight too much at this point, but they will be keeping a very close eye on the battle at head. But Daniel would be an absolutely... It's not great to have a chat to a team that's been having some hard times, but it's good to see that you guys came out fighting, as we do see contact. Matt Keys into the wall, and he got pushed along by, I think that was Alexander. Yes, it was Alexander of TSR1 getting into the wall and got into the back of the GT4. So we're just talking about wanting to have a chat to the guys. I think they might be a little bit busy in the 42 car, and yellow flags kicked up. So that was up through Eau Rouge. Let's go to the helicam mode. Catching up to the Alpine GT4, carries a lot of momentum up the hill, gets over the crest, goes out wide, comes back. Oh man, just nowhere to go. Unfortunately, the GT4 understeering into the door, both carrying a lot of momentum into the wall. That is going to be a solid bit of damage to both cars. So not an ideal situation at this point. Alexander having to try and figure out what can he do. How's this car feeling? Can it keep going at this point? So much going on, lots of permutations to this race. Gil Sylvan onto the back of Cole. He is now 0.8 of a second, so this Aston Martin needs to get running, otherwise it's going to have a huge problem. The 612 landing up, stopped out on circuit. There's Blake Moore once again having a problem. Is able to get the car rolling, but not having the easy time out there. They are still pushing through some huge problems at the moment. But Gil onto the back of Cole, trying to push up a little bit. Suddenly now having the likes of Ambrose onto the back of them. Ambrose is going to try and carry the momentum, looks for the inside line, and immediately Gil goes and backs off the power, trying to give up that little bit of momentum, drops down quite a bit of time on the process. Vladislav battling onto the back of Toto. Now needs to try and make up that little bit more momentum. Needs to try and figure out where can that Ferrari get the leg up on the Porsche just ahead of him. Within arm's reach, we do see Toto get out of shape, actually cross arm to out of the hairpin as the tails snap down underneath him. So drivers still trying to push themselves through. Armin Hetman in the McLaren, now getting caught up by the McLaren GT4, and Jim is onto the back of that Moo Motorsport Bentley and really sticking right up against the tailpipes of it, trying to get that little bit of momentum to pull himself up through the order for his team. So Jim hoping that this is going to be enough for him to keep that climb, to keep that going, and this is going to be a proper run. So Luca going and asking for a special shout out to Alma Hetman, lying in P28. There they are, the high V car going and making their way through. And I gotta say, the high V car has been through the wars. They have been up and down through the order. They have been in some difficult racing, but for high V, they have kept going. So Omar, who's behind the wheel of the car, trying to make their way up, trying to keep the momentum at this point, still battling it out, now having the Moo Motorsport Bentley chasing them down, doing everything he can to make up that bit of time. So Luca keeps supporting Hy-Vee, keep telling them to keep going and how they can push their way through. It's always great to see the spectators getting involved, asking questions, wanting to be a part of it. And that's why we do have that live timing out in the description. Click on that live timing, join up with it. Pit wall is out there. It's for you to utilize as well, to keep track of the drivers, because we still got so much going on. As we do see Gil onto the back of Carl at the moment, these two fighting it out. It is a dogfight. We have got the last of the true Aston Martins, I like to call it, the V8 AMR Aston Martin, battling it out with the Mustang GT3. The reason, well, no, actually, it's not true Aston Martin. So the last of the true Aston Martin was actually the V12, because the V12 was still a Aston Martin built engine. The V8 is a Mercedes engine that's been put in. So not the last. This is actually a Mercedes Aston hybrid. If you look at it in terms of performance specs and what they are, it's because Mercedes performed with some great engines in the AMGs. Gil up on the inside though, making short work of Cole, but does outbrake himself into the corner. Cole trying to come back at it, Gil, as quick as possible. Gil trying to stretch those legs a little bit more in the Mustang. Is going to have a lot underneath under taps. He hasn't been pushing his tires as hard, but they're trying to get that climb. We do see Knight into the pits though, serving a drive-through penalty. And we do know the pit lane is extremely long. So Knight is going to have to try and get himself going. He is really on the hurt there, as Jordan Mailer getting past will carry on the momentum. Gets a huge amount of time. Will Sonomez be able to close up that gap to the likes of Lewis Knight? It is a very high possibility and does get past. So Sonomez now up into the top 10. Lewis Knight dropping out of the top 10 due to a drive-through penalty. He's trying to get going. He comes immediately into the GT4 battle, and suddenly has a Camaro and an Alpine up on the inside of him. And the Alpine not going to give up the go at the moment, because he is trying to really send it in towards the back of the 801, and that is going to be a bit of a rough call there for our drivers. McHale in that 801 trying to keep little Alpine at bay on the way through. We did see Jim Lebner have a bit of a problem. He had an accident actually, that is a little bit further down, a 123 car. And did he have a bit of a door bump with one of the cars? Let's go back and take a look at it. Runs out a bit wide, suddenly has one of the GT3 BMWs onto the back of him. So Jim trying to maintain his line, runs it a little bit wide, tries to bring the car back. Suddenly BMW up on the inside, tries to come back, a little bit of a touch on that rear wheel arch on the right hand side. And now just keeps on the pace going. So a couple of drivers still trying to go through. 19 minutes and 20 seconds left in this 4-hour endurance race, brought to you by HsRxERAxDSGR, a collaboration between 3 different leagues, might I add. 3 different leagues bringing their drivers to duke it out, the best of their drivers in each of the leagues, teaming up in multi-class racing. 4 hours of Spa, ladies and gentlemen, and we have got drivers from around the world all duking out. It's not just UK, it's not just America, it's not Germany, it's not Sweden, it's not Brazil, it is everywhere. As we see Thomas, unfortunately, going everywhere off the track. Thomas now going and sporting a bit of damage to his car, will be trying to drag himself back on the way through. The Defino team have had a really, really tough race this time around. They are trying to do everything they can. They are currently running just ahead of Team Shumaskins, who is running in 3rd place. Still holds the fastest lap time in the race at 2:16.9 was set by the team. So getting the fastest lap time of the race with 18 minutes to go. Can they hold on to it? They're holding on to that 3rd place. They are 23 seconds behind the Growling Lions, who is now trying to make their way through. So Maurice needs to keep an eye out on this. This is going to be a big, big problem coming through if our drivers can carry on that bit of momentum. Adrian really having to dial it up to 10 here in the older spec Ferrari, chasing down the newer spec Mercedes GT3 that is making its way through. GT4 coming out of the pits, and that is one of our trusty McLarens. We do see Michael Tupner going and pushing onto the side of, that looks to be Jim, and a little bit of a problem there. They're able to get the car going once again, but we do see yellow flags for the 33 car, and that's a Hijack's Velocity again running into a bit of a problems as it gets caught out. Trying to make up some time, but a change up for our GT4s, folks. It is Mark Radberry into first place ahead of Timo Sen, who is trying to make his way around. They are really battling it out. 2.6 seconds separate first and second of our GT4s. And we do see the likes of Craig Biller coming out onto the track. But it is time for Positive Perception Esports to try and carry it all the way down to the line. They are ahead of Timo Sen of MVR GT4. Now, don't count out MVR GT4. They have been on a proper charge, and they still have a chance here. There is still a little bit in the pocket of this McLaren. It does have high rotation. It's able to keep going. They've run the same strategies as Mark Redberry, and now they can try and make the move. Gus Peters goes off the circuit. He's trying to rejoin, but where is he going to rejoin? That is the question. Not anywhere in a problem for our GT4s, but does lose out of position. So Gus, who's got 10 seconds added to his time, will be hurting out a lot right now. Mark trying to keep it up together for our GT4s, opening up a gap 3.6 seconds away from MVR GT4. We did hear they are a little bit lighter on fuel. They're hoping that that's going to be the difference, and that is going to be the deal breaker on that one as they make their way through. Cole Osborne trying to catch up to the likes of Gill, who does get caught up. Gill, unfortunately, getting stuck behind Mary, who ran out wide. Now he's trying to go around the outside, can't get it all sorted out. He slows down a little bit to allow the likes of Ambrose to break away from him, but that has allowed Cole to get a little bit closer. 1.8 seconds separating 13th and 14th position at the moment, and as the race is starting to come a little bit more alive towards the end, drivers are counting down the absolute precious seconds of this race. They're soaking it in. The teams are sitting there on pit wall going, come on, checkered flag, please. It has been a long and grueling 4-hour race, and we've done 3 hours and 45 minutes of this race. It has been a challenge. Multi-class racing, ladies and gentlemen, is no joke to deal with. It is grueling. It is, you have to be on the top of your game every step of the way. You have to be well aware of your drivers. You've got to be well aware of the cars, the different classes. You've got to know where everything is. For a GT4, if you go and tell your driver that there is a car 3 seconds back, they can expect it in a second and a half. That is the difference. For a GT3 driver, vice versa. You go and say there's a GT4 4 seconds up the road from you, you know that you're catching them in 1.6 to 1.7 seconds. And that is going to play into it. Where are you going to pass them is the question. For Fabio Soares at the moment, the RNEPT getting cheered on. The entire Portuguese team is going and getting cheered on by all their friends out in Portugal and around the world, saying, keep going, guys. Absolutely give it horns. Maurice of the Growling Lions getting huge support from their side, saying, come on, let's see this car get to the end. And for the likes of Team Shimmy Skins, who were out in first place at the start of the race, they are trying to reclaim a lot of time here. 22 seconds behind second place. They have an opportunity to go up one more rung on the ladder. They are running. Oh, no. Gets a spin, pirouette, slight touch. Adrian gave it a little bit too much on the beans there. And we were just talking about the possibility. It's still not done yet. He's 28 seconds behind. He's still got some time. But what a spin. And what a proper whirlwind there. Let's actually go on board through Blanchemont, over the curb. Just tipped on the curb. Full lock. Waited. Second gear. Got back on the power. Dropped it in gear. And got himself going once again. our drivers really having to work out everything at the moment, seeing where they can get the climb. Adrian trying to move himself up the order once again. Not an easy time out here. 28 seconds, but they could have had it all disappear from them in a matter of seconds, because take a look, Vulcan Racing running in 4th place is only 23 seconds behind them. One incident can change it all. As we see Toprak pulling into the pits, they are getting a pit stop done and dusted very late into the race. 12 minutes to go and they are into the pits. Roman Bobova running in 7th position, chasing down 5 seconds behind the low-risk Motorsport BMW that is trying to carry the momentum through. Remember, they're carrying 20 seconds penalty onto them for incidents, so they're trying to move their way up through the order. It is going to be a proper run. I can tell you, this is going to be a huge problem for the drivers trying to make their way through, trying to see where they can go and how they can try and climb their way back. We are seeing quite a few of the teams going in just saying, come on, let's get this across the line. The huge support that's going through in the pits. Teams going to each other's pits and saying, come on, let's get this car across the line. What do you need? Where are they? Let's get the support out there. And it is absolutely tremendous stuff. But we do also have our stewards. I've got to go and touch on to our stewards because they've been doing an incredible job and working through all the problems that have been at hand, going and giving out the penalties, having a bit of fair justice there. And that is going to be for the number 1 car, causing a collision, lap 82, and having a bit of a problem. T10 to T11, adding 10 seconds to their time. And we do see Michael Toprica coming out of the pits, has dropped out of position. So they are now into 7th place. They're going to come out right behind Roman, who has just gone past. So Raptor Virtual Racing is still there with a bit of a fight. We do have the 98 car trying to also make up some time, but got dive bomb causing a collision of low class. They landed up with a 10-second penalty, and well, that's currently running in 5th at the moment, as we do see Roman trying to make his way around, getting caught up in a little bit of a scuffle as he tries to make his way through. But all looking fairly okay at this point, as our drivers just trying to limp the cars around, trying to count down those precious seconds. And a lot of teams are going to be looking forward and saying, okay, where is this car, the 588 car? Because you would have fueled the car quite a bit to just ensure that the leader gets past you. You would ensure that the leader gets past you, you can get across the line, especially if you're down on a couple of laps. You don't want to stretch out that extra lap unless, and I do say this, unless you are in a chase. You don't want the leader to come by you. This is when you're going to start sending messages of, hey, listen, come off the throttle a bit, please. We want to have one more lap, just one more of racing to go and enjoy everything that's at hand here. How can we get that little bit of a climb? How can we move up through the order? That is the many questions that we'll be having a chat about. A lot are going to be thinking about it. 36 cars still circulating on the track at the moment. 36 cars still going and giving it all. 36 teams laying it all on the line to get the glory. The 4 hours of Spa brought to you in collaboration with HsRxERAxDSGR, all coming in to bring the best of the best in the world, the finest of drivers around the globe to go and battle it out side by side in a multi-class race, grueling around a legendary circuit with GT4s and GT3s looking for the top end of the order, trying to push themselves that little bit more, that a bit more up the road to ensure that they can go for the overall victories, to go back to their respective teams, to go back to their friends, to go back to their countries and say, look what we have accomplished, folks. This is what we've managed to do. We have fought it out, and for the pride and glory of our own countries and our own teams and our respective leagues, we want to stand at the top of it and say, we've done it. We have got to the end. I gotta say, I absolutely love and I admire the drivers. Blake Moore, unfortunately, once again, that stutter coming into effect, and he's into the wall. He's waiting to try and get it going once again. The 612 car that doesn't want to quit. I mean, they are down the order, and 36 and Blakemore refiring the engine of that Lamborghini, trying to get it going. And I know there's a lot of us that are on the support saying, come on buddy, keep going, keep up the pace, we know you can get it to the end there. And I know there's a lot of people shouting out from the grandstands, giving a huge amount of support. And well, it's going to be a proper run. And Khan busy asking, do I remember the promise? Well, Khan, let me run back on that promise. Let me think about it, because let's go back a good couple of laps where Blakemore was rejoining back into the race. He climbed back in the car after you went and said, we will never give up, that we won't go down. And I went and made the promise. I said to Blake and to yourself that for the 612 car, I want to have a chat in the commentary box. The 612, 613 car, because you've been between the two numbers. I want to have a chat to you guys as the team that had no quit to the end. Yes, I remember that promise. And I will keep to that promise because, quite frankly, folks, anyone can go out and race and throw their hat in. Not everyone can be the fastest. There's only 3 spots on a podium, first, second, and third. And if you come second, well, you came behind the fastest. But not many times can you be that car that just keeps going. When you've had Lady Luck walk out of your pits and is climbed on a flight, and not even in Belgium anymore, she's gone all the way out to Africa. You have got Murphy and his cousins and his friends and his brothers and his sisters, everyone going and doing it. You have lost every tool in the toolbox that got lost at customs. You have lost your 13 spanner, you've lost that number 10 socket, you have had your pump break, you have had everything go, and you're trying to get yourself going. Yes, I remember that promise, and I want to see you guys, so don't get cold feet, eh? We got a wedding date, and I want to see you get there. But much like Mark Erneberry at the moment, for the likes of Positive Perception Esports, they are on the go. They're on the charge, 26 seconds ahead of Stephen Kroll, who is running for the DGSR team. Second place of our GT4s, ahead of Timo Sen. And I've got to say, for a car that was second-hand, a car that was broken to pieces at the start of the race, they've brought it back. They really brought it back. Jim Lebner, one of our cars that led out at the start of the race, one of our GT4s, now just trying to slot in and figure out where they can go, getting overtaken by 3 different GT3s, had an accident at the start of the race. We're coming out of Blanchemont, actually, that we just saw, got squared into the wall, out in the rain conditions, and now trying to keep that going. So Jim trying to keep it going, and we do see Greg Bubba, who ran out a little bit wide, trying to keep their drive going. P1 Racing, number 2 car, trying to hang in the fight. Roman Bubba onto the back of Gobbo. So Gobbo now of low risk motorsport, dealing with Raptor Virtual Racing on the back. 1.3 seconds separating them. And remember that the low risk motorsport has got the very high risk of the 22nd, is going to drop them just below 7th position at this point. If all goes not quite to plan, Roman all over the back of Gobot, pushing as hard as he can, trying to make up that bit of time, doing everything he can. This is going to be a proper one. And Saber actually going and saying, if we're giving love to cars going through the hard times, car 42 has been taken out lap 1, has had a pile up, spun, not a single thing there, no fault of the no penalties. I've got to say, yes, so for the 42 car, with all that being said, has been flying under the radar. So I will admit 42 car has been under the radar, and that is Alexander Orkler's TSR1 has kept themselves going and has lost their sister car in the running of this race as well. They have been properly hammering it all the way through. So Saber, as a formal apology to the TSR1 for overlooking the fact that they have been through the absolute wars as a GT3, please tell Alexander and the rest of the team that I take my hat off and I apologize for overlooking, because you guys are running in 18th position and still putting in that fight. Despite it all, I have to give some recognition there. So thank you very much, Saber. Thank you for putting that up and giving us a bit of insight. We have to give a bit of recognition to them as well. We have to give a recognition to every single team, because remember, folks, with 1 hour and 26 minutes to go, nearly 4 hours ago, we started. Oh, we do see the number 2 car. That is a P1 Racing. Unfortunately, that lost it. Now trying to get himself back up. Nearly 4 hours ago, 43 cars started this 4-hour endurance race. As you see, Gobber now having a bit of a problem. Suddenly has Roman up on the inside, gets a pass done, stretches his leg, 55 seconds to go. 50 seconds ago for this race. But I do want to point out, 43 cars started. 43 teams got in the race and charged their way to the line. 33 seconds left. And what a proper race it's been. Teams laid it out on the line, and we had teams rise and we had teams fall. We have seen the highs, we've seen the lows, we've chatted to the teams that have really gone and put it on. They wore their heart on their sleeves. Every single driver, every single team, whether they've been in the car, whether they've been supporting out there on the grandstands. This has been an incredible run, and we are going to see it all as we take a look at our leader, Fabio Soares, all the way out for Portugal. RNE PT with Oliveira going and joining in with the race. 100 laps in, 101 laps will be the final order. As we do see Gobber trying to go after Roman. Remember, there's still 20 seconds to it. They are still going to drop down, but you know what? They are going to fight it out. But Fabio is making his way through. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we all stand to rise, we all going to have this. The 612 is going to finish. The 42 is going to finish. We are going to see them all. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, run to the grandstands. Run to the edge of the pit walls. I want to see the teams come alive. I want to see everyone go wild. We have been on a race of note. GT4s, GT3s, 3 different leagues, best drivers in the world. And honestly, I'm going to say John Deere who? Because at the moment, we are seeing the drivers put it all out on the line, but the top of the GT3 drivers goes to a Portugal team that has come to take it across the world. They have fought it out in third. They gained 2 positions. They saved an entire pit stop on the grid. And Fabio Soares, the number 588 GT3, will come across the line to take the Spa 4-hour endurance race to hell and back. They have brought it across the line. RNE takes the win for the GT3 Pro class. Now we go down to our Silver class, our Pro-Am. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shout it out from the rooftops, because taking the win for the pros on the way through, Roman Borra of the Raptor Virtual Racing is not going to be the extinct dinosaur. They are not going to fall over, but second place is probably going to hang on to the tails there. And that is going to be our BMW of Low Risk Motorsport, hanging in, giving it everything they got. They will come across the line, taking the silver, and you can see the excitement going in and absolute support. Down in 17th will also be our AM GT3s. Beechberg Racing Dutch taking the top spot. They will be coming across the line to win the AMs for the GT3s, and what a run it's been for them. For our GT4s, goes out to Positive Perception Esports, as they will be coming across the lines. But Fabiosaurus of the RNEPT takes first spot. Growling Lion fought their way through. They take second place. Then we have got the team Shumaskins that dropped to 11th, brought themselves back, and they finish up in third place. Renata Dolores, who is also a Mustang that battled out. The Vulcan Racing has done it all, and now they finish up in fourth place. Our Pro-Ams finishing up into that top 5, ladies and gentlemen. What a run it has been. And wow, oh wow, we get to see the place go wild. We get to see everyone just laying their head down. But as our drivers cross the line, as the teams finish up on a spectacular race here at Spa in Belgium, we're going to see it all happen again. And we're going to see if we can try chat to a couple of these teams before we go off on air. And we actually got them here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, going to bring them all up. And, well, the first teams to really jump into the fray of things. We'll bring them up shortly, just after we move through. But wow, oh wow. What a run. It is going to be an absolutely... It's been mental. It's been absolutely mental, I won't lie. And our teams have done such a phenomenal job here at Spa. And our admins, got to take our hats off to them for making this all come together. The teams, the drivers, everyone putting in a huge amount of work here at Spa Francorchamps to ensure that they can go towards the top, that they can stay at the top of the order. And we get to have all this action. We get to see everyone go through. We're going to experience the emotions, because right now I can see a couple of people wanting to join the commentary booth, and I'm really, really looking forward to interviewing the guys coming through, because there's so much to talk about. There really, really is so much to talk about. I wish I really had more time. So we're actually going to bring them through, starting off with the 613, the 614 team. And I just want to make sure that I do bring them up. We do have Con.
Yeah, Blake, bring Blake and Flo also up, please.
Okay, so Blake I have told, and I'm guessing that Flo is Uzi in the Discord, right?
No, that's not Uzi. That is Dioka. That's. Oh, okay. Your microphone is bugging again.
Okay, right.
I'm not sure. Not me. Yeah.
Okay,
that's just a friend of ours.
Okay, so
Is it okay?
right,
yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, so we do have a couple of drivers. This is for the little Lamborghini team. The 612 landed up with disconnects, landed up with solo drives, landed up in the wall, landed up with the game freezing, landed up with everything, and even landed up with their driver having to put up with me for nearly an hour in the commentary box while trying to figure out how to drive straight around the track. But well done to the 612/613 Lamborghini. Starting off, Blake, we had a chat to you. We're going to give you a little bit of time to breathe, but let's have a chat to your teammate and take us through the emotions of just having everything thrown at you at this point.
Well, firstly, I was more as a race engineer, not really the teammate. The other teammate is Flo, who are here, so who is listening.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, our first, like, how should I say, the first stint of Dioka, he also wants to speak now, went really well. He was really consistent with his lap times, and he drove overall a very good stint. But then, unfortunately, then the wet came, and then we want to switch to Blake, which basically caused the game to basically bug all out on for us, and then all of a sudden we were back into 612, which is yeah, very unfortunate. So we were suddenly 20 laps down, even though I saw in Blake's performance of throughout the track that it was not showing that he should be 20 laps down. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and we also took a note of what you said, that we have to we need to get up, and we just need to finish the race. That was our only objective, which we have done so, which I'm very proud of. And
Well,
Blake wants to speak.
You guys managed to secure 36th position. Despite it all, you got it to the end, and honestly, hats off. You know, we talk about the different drivers and the teams that go through a lot. We spoke about the 42 car having a bit of a problem. We also do know about you guys up and down through the order having your problems. But I've got to say, I take my hat off to any team that runs through having all sorts of races going into clawing their way to the top. So let's take a look. I was saying that I can't quite hear. There we go. Should be able to hear now. So any team that's able to cross a line in an endurance race has been an absolutely phenomenal one. I mean, I take my hat off to anyone that can get that climb. But wow, oh wow, what a race it's been. And you guys, congrats to it all. So, that being said, Blake, you climbed out the car. Emotions right now that you're feeling with your team?
All I can say is that I was happy to finish the race. Like, at the start of it all, I was literally even behind the curtains. I was stressed out. Like, I was physically like, I physically cannot do this until I realized, wait a minute. What if I just finish the race instead of just pulling out of the race completely? Why don't I just finish it, and then I just completely just finish the race? Even I would say the driving style actually gotten better, because usually I usually just drown immediately. But for some reason, like in the last 2 hours of the race, I felt fast and I felt comfortable the way I drive. Yeah, I made some mistakes, mistakes here and there, but and the occasional screen freeze. But it felt like I was comfortable with what I want to tell the car what to do. So I feel like I've completed my objective here today. So I mean, yeah.
Well done. Guys, congratulations. Well done. You survived it all. You survived the 4 hours of Spa. And now you go to enjoy the party. Enjoy the celebrations, because I know there's going to be everyone going absolutely nuts that they managed to survive this. And well done, once again, to the 612/613 Lamborghini. So well done, guys. Have a huge amount of fun there. Before you go, anything you'd like to say to our amazing petrol heads out there in the grandstands, going and supporting, and all to the leagues, our admins have put this whole race together?
Yeah, I just want to also have a massive shout out to the stewards as well. They were pretty good tonight, I think. And it's hats off that they have to do with such amount of pressure and stuff. And they have to act fast as well. I also want to give a shout out to everyone who said 612 has supported us as well. And yeah, I'm very proud of what at least I'm finishing the race, because I think at the 3 hour mark we already wanted to retire the car, and we still just kept on, which yeah, I'm very proud of.
Respect. And Blake, any final words from you?
All I can say is that we will get him next time. We'll get him next time.
Yes.
Okay, so in for another 4 hours. Let's go. We're going to fire up the service now. Dead silence from the team. That pretty much tells me it.
First, we have to see what track it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, no, we'll just make it Brands Hatch 24 hours.
No.
No.
Okay, we'll do a 6-hour run Monaco. Have fun, guys. Go and enjoy. And
Everyone
we'll
would
see
love
we'll see you guys soon enough. Wow, oh wow, great stuff there. Let's bring up next set of guys to come and have a chat to us. See, we do have Uzi. That's one of the friends, I believe, but we do have Fabio, who I want to bring up to have a chat with us. And I'm guessing the Sky one is also part of the team. So Fabio, I've gone and trying to bring you up onto the stage. And yes, there's Sky coming in to come up as well. Sky, please, I see the Discord name.
Hello.
Okay, right. Please introduce yourself, because I'm sitting trying to figure out why there's a very angry kitten on my screen. But for those that don't recognize the voice, please introduce yourself and which team you were racing with.
I raced with HsRxERaxDSGR. I was in the 488.
Okay, right. The Shooting Skins are 8. So I'm guessing this is Adrian.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, there we go. The 488 Ferrari. All right. First of all, I don't see your teammates who are joining us here at the moment.
I didn't have a teammate.
Oh, you didn't have a teammate, so you were a solo on this one. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Adrian, first of all, well done. 3rd place of the pros, 3rd place overall. You were leading the race at one point. Unfortunately, contact at the start was pretty much what twisted it around. I'm sure frustration started to build. Take us through that opening lap.
Well, the Mustang got a pretty poor launch. I did like 10 minutes worth of practice in the 488, so wasn't expecting too much because I just used my quali setup and just added one more wing to it. I think I was running like 2 wing. And then got spun around by the Mustang like quite early on. Then put my head down, and then a Lambo didn't hold its brakes going through Blanchimont when he spun out and gave me like 40 seconds of front end damage just before the rain came down. So that was kind of a race ender from that point onwards. So kind of unfortunate, but yeah.
You say it was race ending, and I mean, let's take a look at this. As a solo driver, you dropped out to 11th position. You had this damage. You had all this going on. You even had penalties chucked on towards you as well. But with the 38 car, you managed to claw your way to 3rd place. Did you go through your mind and say, I can get that top spot? I can get that 3rd place. With everything that's gone on, with everything thrown at you, from getting twisted around, not having much practice, to having the accidents, to having the penalties chucked on, was it in the wildest dream to get that 3rd place?
I think the pace was there. Well, I got faster lap of the race. I think it was like a 16.9 in the end. So yeah, the pace was definitely there. It's just almost dying at Blanchimont with like 20 minutes to go as well. That didn't really help. So
well,
I think it's more not pace. I think it's just more consistency, and having done, as I said, 20 minutes ish of practice in the car before the event wasn't probably the best of ideas. But you know,
well,
can't really hope more, ask for more.
Well, you scored 3rd place. You got yourself back up to the top there, and you could be one of the very few sim racers in the world that can shout out and say that you versed the best of the world. You came 3rd in one of the older GT3 cars that even the ACC has forgotten about in the 488. You've raced 4 hours solo and you got 3rd place. That's nothing to sneeze about. That is absolutely great. And I think you've earned the respect of all your fellow competitors out there, taking notice of you and going, right, we got to keep an eye on this driver moving forward. But before I let you go, before you can go and enjoy the celebrations, I can hear you're also quite worn out. It was quite a bit in the car there. Is there anything that you would like to say to all the amazing petrol heads out there watching the stream live or watching it in the future out there in the virtual grandstands, and also to all our partners putting it together and the admin making this event come to life, the likes of HsRxERA and DSGR.
Mainly shout out to the admins. I know they did a great job of making this event happen. It's like Indy was last month, I think, the 4 hours as well. I think I finished third in the Honda in that as well, so that was well ran. And then on overall, I would say it was a good event, and hopefully there's the next one. Might do in the Bentley.
There we go. There we go. Why not go one step further? Bring back the Maserati.
Not a GT4 kind of person.
I wasn't talking about the GT4.
Oh, not GT2.
No, there's a GT3. There's a GT3 Maserati.
Is that?
Yes, it's the one that everyone likes to forget exists. Or the V12 Aston Martin.
Potentially.
There we go. Absolutely.
Any old car, I'm happy to do it.
Fantastic. Might even see the Lexus return. But Adrian, well done out there. Fantastic work. Go and enjoy the celebrations, and also have a good rest, but you deserve it.
Yeah, you too.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. Well, while we're going through and chatting to a few guys, there's one person that's been very, very active here in the commentary, putting in a huge amount of support. Let's actually bring up the likes of Stephen Kroll, because you got to have all the Stevens in the commentary booth. Actually, we got Fabio, who's just quickly jumped up. So, Stephen, before we go and get to you, Fabio, welcome. Glad to have you, and congratulations on you and your teammate getting the win here tonight for the Pro Division in the GT3s, and also taking the overall win and managing to do 3 stops, not 4, because you guys took a gamble on the wet. How are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. I think the race went pretty good. Gladly no more rain towards the end, so I guess good day in the office.
There we go. Was it going through your mind at any point that you may miss out on first place, or was it, no, we're going to get this. Let's keep consistent. Let's keep our head in the game here.
Yeah, I don't know about P1. Surely, I was pretty sure, or we were pretty sure that we could get the podium nonetheless. Obviously, I did the old Spinalla on the end of the first lap because I was on TC off. Yeah, I think then went pretty good. I mean, we took the risk and the gamble on the rain. I mean, the Aston is pretty good on the rain, so I was like, just let gamble it. And yeah, when I saw them pitting, I was like, no, let's stay out. And then they pitted again. And I was like, no, that's just bad. I think that's, in my opinion, that's where they actually, both of them lost P1 and P2, to be fair.
Oh, absolutely incredible stuff. Now, we saw lots of support coming in for you from the grandstands, like Luca going and putting in a bit of support there, shouting out to you guys. Many more that were just getting quite excited, and just to know that you guys managed to take the fight to some of the best in the world and managing to get the win in a 4-hour endurance race in the Pro Division for the GT3s, in the GT3s overall, and taking the overall victory after 4 hours here at Spa with a combined effort from HsR, ERA, and DSGR. How are you feeling with all that now done and dusted, with the future looking bright, and with the entire country and many others from other countries all taking a look going, well, you're the next target that we want to reach?
Surely we appreciate the people that are staying there for us. I mean, we try to push the limits, really. I mean, the car was really flying, can't really blame the car. I think a massive shout out as well for the GT4s and all the lap cars. I think there was some lapping idea there, like 3 wide and stuff like that. Like, everyone behaved on point, really. I wasn't expecting that, to be fair. Usually, like, GT4s might be a little bit dodgy, They were very on point. I mean, the race was really, it was really happy to just lapping and lapping. I was just locked in doing hot laps, really. Was really fun. And we appreciate everyone else support.
Well, Fabio, congrats on it. And before I let you go to enjoy the celebrations with the team, any final closing words that you would like to say to our petrol heads out there and all our admin that have put in the tireless effort behind the scenes?
I would say just keep trying, no matter what. Even if you're not achieving your goals, just keep trying, try hard, and hard work will pay off eventually. And yeah, I guess just be happy at the same time as well.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Fabio, you wrote on the back of your car to hell and back. You went and had the entire competition put you to hell and back as they chased you down for that number one spot. Congratulations to you and your team, mate, for an absolute fantastic win.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Thanks for having us. Cheers. Thank you.
And great livery, by the way.
I have to admit, it was a very good livery. But joining me is, well, we got the two Stevens sitting in here, and actually the two Stevens are
hey,
spelled
Steven.
correctly. Yes. Hello, Stephen. You see, this is all the best people named Stephen. Stephen Kroll,
Yep.
second in the GT4s. What a run for you and the
No,
team.
we won. Actually won.
Did you win
We won.
against? Okay, so you
Yeah.
got ahead of Mark. So well done on that. But let's take through the race because it was up and down through the GTs. It was highs and lows. There was excitements. There was to and fro's. What was the thought there? Because originally at the start of the race, we kept an eye on the GT3s that had a problem, but then we saw a whole whack GT4s looking a little bit second hand.
Yeah.
Take us through the start of that race.
Yeah, my teammate Marek had the start, so he had a really good start. But then from the back, there were a few GT3s that didn't qualify, so they kind of went straight through the GT4 crowd. And I don't know, I haven't watched back the replay, so I don't know if they caused mayhem, but it sure wasn't very pleasant to have them march through. But then up front there was like carnage, and we just couldn't avoid it and got rear-ended at the same time. So I think there were 15 cars in the pit after lap 1, and we were one of them. So we had a lot of damage. I had to salvage and start almost from the back, and we just kept going and going. And what probably made the difference was that we also stayed out in the rain.
Well,
So it worked out because the rain let down. We managed to. Marek did a brilliant job with the TC and the ABS, tweaked a bit and shifting early, and he brought it home. Back in the. Oh, we had a little crash just before we entered the pit, so that cost us some time, and then I was off on a flyer as well because it dried up, and could do a clean lap stint. So yeah, and we moved up, and we suddenly saw, hey, we're first, and we watched the stint timer, and in the end we were second, but the team that went in P1, they missed a stint. They didn't do a driver swap, so they overdid the stint timer, so they got a penalty for it.
well, absolutely well done. Planned out to the T. The McLaren doing a fantastic job out there. How was it racing as hard as you guys were and suddenly have GT3s barreling down and up against you? Because we know a GT4 in a straight line hasn't got the power, it hasn't got the aero, you understeer a bit, and the conditions itself became very tricky out there. Now you're having these GT3s, which was majority of the field. I would say, unfortunately, because the GT4 is so much fun to drive, you suddenly have all these GT3s barreling down on you. Was it ever the thought of, hang on, we have a chance to win this, and to actually finish within the top 30 overall in the field? I mean, you guys managed to take the GT4s and beat out a good couple of GT3s.
Yeah, that was amazing. Um, it was proper fun. It's you constantly have to manage and watch the how do you say the differences, and we did a good deal spotting for each other. So that did help, because then you have he's diving inside, he's coming outside, he's going out. That helped a lot. So the relatives, you need to watch the relatives and the mirrors constantly. But I have to say, the racing was super clean most of the time. There were a few dodgy moments, but that always happens, especially later in the race when people get a bit tired. But overall, it was brilliant racing, good fun. The GT3 drivers waited. They know that GT4s have to commit early to their lines, so they waited most of the time. So that was really cool. Heaps of fun.
Absolutely tremendous stuff out there. I mean, congratulations to you and your team.
Thanks.
for putting it all together. But before I let you go to enjoy the celebrations, because you guys have got the win in the GT4s, you have won the GT4 category for the 4 hours of Spa, and you got into that top 30 overall. But is there anything that you'd like to say to all our amazing petrol heads that are cheering you guys on, keeping at the edge of the seat, seeing you guys all battle it out, our admin team doing all the hard work, and also we cannot forget the three leagues that came together to make this event possible: HSR, ERA, and DSGR, and all our partners making this possible.
Yeah, huge shout out to all the fans that are watching, which is always great. I mean, I love watching it myself when I'm not racing. So it's action-packed, especially in multi-class. And if you have a chance, do try out the GT4s in a multi-class race, because it is epic fun. It gives you learn so quickly on how to position your car, how to deal with oncoming traffic, like really quick guys. And it's super nice to have these three communities work together and bring out those crowds, because it looked a bit like there were not a lot of GT4s, but in the end, they showed up as well. It was great fun. So thanks for all the guys that organized this, and I hope there will be more to come.
I can guarantee there's going to be more, and now that you've got the target on your back, you guys are going to have to set the bar for the GT4s, because there's going to be many more that are going to come back at it trying to reclaim the crown. And I think Positive Perception is going to be also looking at reclaiming their crown after the 4 hours and just losing it. So I would like to say well done, congratulations, and I can't wait till we chat again, and also sharing some more stories of what's going to happen, and, well, to see more GT4s coming and having a race. Maybe a GT2, GT3, GT4, possibly.
Ooh. Yeah,
Ooh,
it would be nice to have GT2s finally, because I don't see any races of them, which is a shame, because they're really cool machines.
Okay, well, let's see.
Thanks, Stephen.
The thought's been put out. Stephen Kroll, thank you, and well done on your victory.
Right.
Well, always great to see you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an absolutely tremendous one, and we look forward to seeing you guys once again. It has been 4 hours of Spa, brought to you by HSR, ERA, and DSGR. Go and take a look at the different communities. They're out on SimGrid. They do have out on their individual channels. Go and take a look. You can also find us out on Discord, on our various platforms. Have a chat to the various drivers. Absolutely grand to have you guys here. It's been an incredible time. It's truly been an honor to have been invited to be a part of this epic endurance race. And I gotta say, it's been quite a bit of fun. And I won't lie, my right foot's feeling a bit heavy after seeing some incredible talent out on track. But to all you petrol heads out there, to all our partners that make this possible, that come in and day out and make it all great. Keep an eye out on HSR, on ERA and DSGR. Lots and lots happen. Go and support the leagues, be a part of it, and when It all comes back to verse each other and fight it out for the line. I can't wait to see you all racing with us once again. My name is Stephen Koenig, and like always, for those that do know and for those that don't, I love to say it, a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody.